Okay, streaming. Good evening. Good evening. Hope you can hear me loud enough and clear enough. How you doing, Uncle Take, Pinazoid? I'm so glad that you guys can join. I'm going to be doing a lot of reading and sharing of information, going through the files. Now, y'all know I began talking about this like some years ago, but I'm going to really go into it. And maybe from this live stream, I'll break it down, make a smaller video taken from this live stream. But being that this is more so of a presentation, I'd like to do this live so you can, so you can see the direct references where I'm taking this from. Okay, so how y'all doing? Yeah, so let me just go ahead into it because I hope that you're here with me. I hope you can be here with me. Now, of course, you know that I'm a person, I'm a Bible believer. I believe or know the Bible to be the truth, the scriptures, the Torah, and all of the scriptures that have been separated from the original Torah. I believe the scriptures to be divine, and I believe it to be historically accurate as well. But for those who may not see the scriptures as being divine, it is hard. I don't see how you could deny its historical accuracy, okay, in giving historical information of people who actually did exist. There's too much proof, too much evidence, and there's too much detailed information to regard what is in the scriptures as being fictional. You know, like when you consider the book of Chronicles, and so begat so and so begat. No fictional, no book of fiction, no writing of fiction would be that detailed. Okay, giving that much chronicled information. All right, these are obviously archives, whether or not you believe the scriptures to be divine or inspired by a divine creator or divine being. Okay, there is a reason why archaeologists and anthropologists keep going back to the scriptures. And in fact, one of our very first films on having something to do with archaeology and archaeologists, Raiders of the Lost Ark, if it had something to do with the Ark of the Covenant, which is spoken of in the scriptures, even though this is a film, an adventure film on in relation to an archaeologist. Okay, there is a reason why they keep going back. Now, okay, now y'all know I don't believe in the modern theories of evolution. I don't believe in the day-age theory either. I don't believe that we as humans have been here. I don't believe that we've evolved, although I do believe that we have features that are adaptable to our environment. I do believe that perhaps over time, our features, kind of perhaps, I don't want to say evolved, I don't want to use that word, but I do believe that our features, well, I'll just say this, that We have features that can adapt um, to our environment. Okay. Um, Although I do believe at one time that people were in one part of the earth, um, and I'm talking even post flood or post deluge. All right. So I do believe that adaptation or our environment or whatever our environment that we were put in or scattered in, that does have something to do with why we may have the features that we have. Like, when you consider, for instance, the shape of our noses, the way that our noses are made, and, from the nostrils to the, how, our nasal bridge, and yeah, that has a lot to do with the climate. I mean, it can be beneficial to the climate that we live in. Okay, like if you're along, let's say, smaller nostrils, or narrow nostrils with a longer narrow nasal bridge, that is better for a more drier, more mountainous climate. You know, like in the Caucasus, that's better for, and also, that type of nose, it helps to warm the air, etc., etc. Just like um hair that is thicker with more layers. Okay. Or porosity, the hair that is thicker and more kidney shaped, and hair that can lay flat on your head, insulating your head and your neck, your head where you lose the most heat. Hair like that would be best for a colder, drier climate. Okay, like when you consider the Inuit people, or what we used to refer to as Eskimo people, like of Eastern Russia and Alaska. Okay, yeah. Whereas hair that is more coilier hair, that is yeah, coilier hair that does not lay so easily on the scalp, that is better for a hotter, more tropical climate where there's more heat and humidity, and it allows for air to hit the scalp, cooling the scalp easier, you know. Yeah. So I definitely consider adaptation in regards to our our phenotype, our traits, yeah, our physical traits. I definitely consider that. Now, I used to believe that when it came to our complexion, I believe that our various complexions, from very, very white skin, what some would call fair skin, although fair did not originally mean white or light skin, light, white or light in the scriptures. When initially fair just meant beautiful, beauty usually in relation to like a young woman, like a young youthful virginal woman. Okay, that's what fair, like a fair maiden, and fair meant beautiful. It's just that certain people over the time, they changed words to, yeah, they understand the power of words, and defining and redefining things. Yeah, but fair originally meant beautiful. But anyways, I used to think that, white skin, alabaster skin, like dark skin, that had something more to do with the climate, and that we derive from. And it does, but to a degree. To a degree. Now, I used to believe, let me do a screen share with y'all. Let me do some screen sharing. I hope more people eventually join on the presentation, but that's okay. That's okay. I am so appreciative of you who are here and willing to listen and learn. And again, always do your own research. Pray, though, for guidance from the Most High Yah, for guidance and discernment, to be filled with the Spirit. But do your own research. Don't just go by what I'm showing you or anybody else. Okay, because we're imperfect and we're capable of making mistakes. All right, and I can't say that I feel 100% on everything uh that or every bit of knowledge that I believe that I have obtained, but it's a thing of, I'm just giving you something to consider. All right. Giving you some information to consider. And all of this information did not necessarily originate with me. So don't take it out on me. Don't, and I am not trying to offend anyone. If you happen to be of a lighter complexion, a light skin, a white skin, that's not my intention. I'm just trying to find out the truth. I'm just trying to get information that is said to be facts and in trying to find out the truth. Okay. Even if it has to deal with myself, it is what it is. All right. So, okay. Yeah. So let me just do a screen share here. So you see, I typed in origin of white skin, right? And it says here, and this is what I used to believe uh until more recent years. White skin. Now, in just typing in Google, doing a Google search, so they gave me AI overview response. When I typed in origin of white skin, it says here, it reads here, white skin is thought to have evolved to produce sufficient vitamin D in high latitude regions with low UV radiation, where darker skin would block too much of the necessary sunlight. As humans migrated out of Africa and into less sunny areas, genes that reduced melanin production provided a survival advantage by allowing for more vitamin D synthesis, which is crucial for bone health and immune function. Okay, and just really quick, the role of vitamin D in UV radiation, vitamin D production. The primary source of vitamin D for humans is exposure to ultraviolet or ultraviolet B radiation from the sun, which triggers its synthesis in the skin. And melanin's function, melanin, the pigment responsible for skin color, acts as a natural sunscreen, absorbing UV radiation. Darker skin contains more melanin and offers greater protection against the damaging effects of intense UV rays. Okay, so in knowing this, okay, in knowing this, it would seem to make sense that, yeah, the reason why some people have lighter skin versus darker skin is because of the environments that they come from, whether these environments are colder, drier versus hotter, more humid, or rather whether it's more exposure, more likely to be exposed to sunlight, okay, to UV rays, right? It seemed to make sense, right? But this was still a hypothesis, right? An evolutionary hypothesis. And I don't believe the teachings of all the teachings of evolution. All right. I believe that we were created and we did not just evolve. Okay, maybe I'll consider microevolution, but no. But anyways, the in going further, the evolutionary hypothesis is in regards to migration and reduced UVR, when early humans migrated from Africa, where, oh yeah, by the way, just knowing, I don't believe exactly what is taught with the whole out of Africa theory. I do not believe. I know it's hard to believe. Do I believe that the original human beings were quote unquote black or melanated, heavily melanated, with such dominant traits such as coily hair and perhaps even thicker lips, etc., etc.? Yes, I do. But I don't believe the out of Africa theory as we are taught. But anyways, um, yeah, now it says here the evolutionary hypothesis: when early humans migrated from Africa, where UV radiation is intense, to higher latitudes in Europe and Asia, the intensity of URB decreased significantly. And in these low UV environments, individuals with dark skin were at higher risk of vitamin D deficiency, which can lead to serious health problems. Okay, these are theories now. This is a theory now. Okay, and it's the evolutionary hypothesis, a theory behind natural selection, mutations. So they feel that mutations were necessary. Mutations leading to lighter skin provided a survival advantage by allowing for more efficient vitamin D production in less sunny climates. This is a theory. Okay, and adaptation over time, these mutations were selected for and spread through populations living at higher latitudes, resulting in the lighter skin tone seen in those populations today. Now, this may have something to do with people having lighter skin, even though no, I don't follow, the whole, theory of evolution. But But okay, and there's more information given here. Okay, but I used to, even as a Bible believer, I used to believe this, right? And I used to believe this, and I used to believe that perhaps Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Noah's sons. Now, understand, I'm going to be talking to you from the perspective of a Bible believer or someone. No, I'm not going to talk like that. Somebody who knows the Bible is the truth. I don't want to sound like somebody without faith. Well, okay. But I'm just saying, I know that many of you may not believe in the Bible, okay? But that understand that's where I'm going to be coming from. I hope that y'all can hear me. It's so sad that there are not more people in here, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm just trying to get this recorded, okay? I want to get all this as much as possible recorded, and I'm gonna try to keep it going with this channel here. Oh, it's changed. 2 people in here, but I appreciate y'all. I really do. I really do. But yes, okay. So yeah, I used to go along with but in the whole vitamin D theory, but then caused me to kind of change my mind. Actually, somebody, a YouTuber who I was, in association with, Angel Ramirez Jordan. Now, one of the reasons that I'm no longer really associating with, us differing on Bible on beliefs of origin. Okay, he was someone who would, be taking these kind of jabs at the Bible, but he did do a video years ago that did get me to thinking, even though he's not a Bible believer. But this, I'm not gonna lie, the video got to, now originally when he uploaded this video, and let me share with you what I'm talking about. Originally, when he uploaded Angel Ramirez Jordan, he had uploaded this video years ago. This is a re-upload in 2020, but I think he originally uploaded this like maybe around 2017, 2018, maybe. Yeah, and that really got me to thinking. Yeah, some years ago, and it caused me to do some further research. Okay. And by this time, of course, I had already did my ancient Egypt series and everything. And remember how I told y'all it was around that time that it was information coming to me that I wasn't even seeking. Hey, Adam Guidry, how you doing? So great to see you here joining. Let me make sure I can hear myself. Okay. All right. Yeah, but he did this video like sometime around I think 2017 or 18, how the Caucasian race was created. Now, he had originally uploaded this on his original channel before he got terminated, removed. And yeah, it had a whole lot of views. I believe he had got like over 50,000 views. It had a whole lot of views. It may have been a reason also why one of the reasons his channel ended up getting targeted. Now, he doesn't have the video in full here. I guess he has it like on a Patreon site. But what got me to thinking, like, got a point here. He got a point here. Now, you remember what we just read about lighter, whiter skin being better for regions where there is less sunlight, or just think colder climates, okay? Yeah. I'm so glad that you're here. I don't expect too many people to be here, but that's okay. That's all right. Eventually, it's gonna stay up on this. That's why I'm also doing it on this channel, and it's gonna stay up on this channel. And also, I'm gonna come back around to this. But I got a lot of information to share. Okay. Yeah, but I would appreciate get access to the chat room, pressing one in the chat room just to let me know that you're hearing and seeing everything. Okay. All right. Yeah. So it was this video right here, how the Caucasian race was created. And yeah, now what was pointed out was that, even though there is the whole vitamin D theory, yeah, that we just talked about. Okay. Yeah. In regards to, white skin, what made me think, yeah, he had pointed out that people from like the coldest region on the planet, he had pointed out somewhere in the video, even though he doesn't have it in full here, he had pointed out that the coldest people, yeah, I don't think he even talked about it in this short clip of it. yeah, you look at the like earlier images, earlier photos and artistic depictions of people from very cold parts of the earth and pictures of the indigenous people from these parts of the earth. Okay. Yeah, no, indigenous mean the original people. Okay. You're like the original inhabitants. Yeah, and he showed that these people did not have, the white skin and the traits or the lack of melanin in their skin and hair and eye color that you would think would be necessary or better for that climate, as we have been taught. And yeah, and I had to think about it. So consider what's being said here. Okay, now look, so I typed in, where's the coldest place for humans to inhabit? Now, as you can see here, the coldest place for humans to inhabit. Now, we have Antarctica, but we're talking about the coldest place for humans to be able to live. And so they say, is Oymyakon, forgive me for any mispronunciations, Oymyakon, a village in Russia's Sakha Republic, with a recorded lowest temperature of 71.2 degrees Celsius or below. Oh, goodness gracious. Below, wow, is that possible? Below 96.2 Fahrenheit. This remote Siberian location experiences extreme cold for most of the year, forcing residents to adapt by using outdoor pit toilets and keeping vehicles running to prevent freezing. Okay, so I would assume that this is an area that is very devoid of sunlight. Okay. Yes, that's what I would assume, right? That's what we would assume. This is a very cold, dry area where there's definitely would be lacking sunlight. Now, where is this area? Okay, where is this? As you can see here, yeah, Siberia. Yeah. Siberia is what they used to refer to Eastern Russia. Okay, hold on. Let me perhaps show you a map where Siberia. Okay, so let me show you like perhaps a map. Okay. Oh goodness, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Forgive me. Yeah, hold on. Give me a second, okay? Okay, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I had turned off the mic. Yeah, because I was talking to someone at home. I'm so sorry. Thank you for letting me know that the audio was off. Okay, so let me repeat this. I don't know where I left off. Yeah, I don't know where I left off. But okay, so you can see that Siberia is in. Yeah, I was interrupted for a moment. Okay, Siberia is in what was it is in Russia. Okay, it was referred to as Siberia, even though that name isn't really used like that today. But I do believe that the ancestors of many of those, especially when we're talking in North America, that we refer to as Native Americans or natives, indigenous to, especially when we're talking North America, those like those we refer to as Indians, those of more Mongoloidish descent. I do believe that the theory that they've crossed the Bering Strait. Now, I'm not saying I necessarily believe in the Pangea theory. Perhaps at one time the earth, yeah, all the continents were connected. That's a possibility. I'm not too sure. I just know that the Most High, that we were scattered like post deluge around the time of Nimrod and the Tower of Babel, that the people were scattered. What did it say? I believe in the scriptures it said around the time of Peleg, and the people were scattered. Now, whether or not I mean that's a possibility, a whole Pangea theory. But yeah, I do believe that the people, yeah, that the indigenous people of Siberia, many of whom belonging to the Q haplogroup, as I believe. I do believe that they are ancestors to many of the Native Americans, and but that's a whole nother discussion. Yeah. Um, yeah, but anyway, yeah, like especially when you consider like the Inuit people of like Alaska, Canada, going into Canada, in North America. But yeah, you look at the indigenous people. Hold on, let me show you. When you look at the indigenous people, okay. Now let me go to some even older photos that were taken like the early days of the camera, the early days of photography, going back to like the late 19th and early 20th century photos. Like especially when you like consider this group of Siberian natives referred to as the Ket people, if I'm saying that correctly, Ket, Ket. Yeah, and you could tell, like, look, they had teepees, and they had the teepees in Siberia, in um, just like in North America with the quote unquote Indians, or Amerindians or Native Americans. You see TP. These are the indigenous, these are photos of the indigenous people of Siberia. Now, don't get me wrong. Again, I have said, I understand that black and white photos can be kind of deceptive, or, it can be kind of tricky when it comes to giving you a complexion, because sometimes a black and white photo can have someone who's actually dark skinned. Like there's a picture of Esther Roll, but she looks rather bright in the black and white photo. And of course, that has to do with the lighting and everything. But looking at these pictures, you can't deny that these people from this very, very cold part of the earth, that's like kind of devoid of sunlight, they still have, and these are more indigenous people, thousands and thousands of years after, I would think thousands and thousands of years later, because these are just pictures like from the late, I think these are early 20th century photos. Okay, so I would think that by now, being that these are indigenous, wouldn't they have, within this time, wouldn't they have, like, if you believe in the theories of evolution, don't you think that by the early 1900s, they would have the indigenous population? I mean, they would all have like whiter skin, if it's really a case of evolving for to fit the climate. Why would you still have indigenous people with darker complexions? And even when you, you can't tell me that this is just about the photograph just showing them darker. These people appear to have. Okay, thanks for letting me know, Adam. Yeah, but you can see here, and let me check and make sure okay. You can see here. Oh yeah, if there are any problems during the stream, anybody who happen to be listening, if there's any problems during the stream hearing, or if you believe there's something that I'm trying to share with you that you cannot see, please press 2 in the chat room, and that'll let me know, and I'll try to keep checking in the chat room. Yeah, but yeah, looking at these pictures here, and press 1. I'd appreciate just one more time for me. Let me know that you hear me. Okay. Yeah, I was kind of interrupted a little bit. Okay, so, and I forgot to turn back on the mic. So you see here, yeah, these. So how is it that if we're to follow the vitamin D theory, why is it that you still have indigenous people from these colder regions, that still have dark hair, and even with those who are lighter skinned, and this could have been over time with non-indigenous people mixing in with these people, perhaps giving them lighter and lighter skin over time. Because now you type in today, photos of Siberian people, they're going to be really white skinned. But anybody could clearly see that a lot of these people had rather, yeah, like you got a family here, or at least of this group, had rather darker skin. But even with those with the lighter skin or the whiter skin, okay, they still have, I still believe that they have a certain amount of melanin. They definitely still have melanated hair, very dark hair, and very dark eyes. So yeah, rather dark eyes, right? So yeah, that has you questioning the whole vitamin D theory. Okay, now here's an image of a Caucasian person who is sunburnt. So basically, yeah. And this had me thinking when this was initially pointed out, Angel Mary's Jordan's video. Yeah, that does make sense. So you don't need to have, obviously, you don't need to have white skin. Perhaps lighter skin would be better, I guess, but you don't have to have light skin to live in these. And in fact, there was a white couple. I can't recall the video, but there was a white couple. Now, were they into anthropology? I forgot. This was years ago. But they were debunking the whole vitamin D theory, right? And yeah, and let me share this with you. Okay? Now, this is just something I'm sharing. Now, this is from onlinelibrary.wiley.com. Let me share this with you. Okay, from the Wiley Online Library. Skin color and vitamin D, an update. Homo sapiens, okay, understand. So now, I don't believe that we were here millions of years ago, but I'm just going to read what's shared here, okay? Eat meat, spit out the bones. Homo sapiens evolved in East Africa and had dark skin, hair, and eyes. In order to protect against deleterious consequences of intensive UV radiation at equatorial latitudes, intensive skin pigmentation was thought to bear the risk of inefficient vitamin D3 synthesis in the skin. This initiated the hypothesis that within the last 75,000 years, in which humans migrated to higher latitudes in Asia and Europe, the need for vitamin D3 synthesis served as an evolutionary driver for skin lightening. In this review, we summarize the recent archaeogenomic reconstruction of population admixture in Europe and demonstrate that skin lightening happened as late as 5,000 years ago. Now, those of us who believe and follow the Bible, we believe that humans have only been here like maybe 6,000 years. Okay, we don't believe Okay. Although I do know some Bible believers follow the day age theory. Look that up if you don't know what I'm talking about. But I explain in my videos debunking evolution why it is I no longer follow, because I used to follow that myself, when I was studying more so with Jehovah's Witnesses, but I no longer follow the day age theory. But yeah, okay, I'm sorry. In this review, we summarize the recent archaeogenomic reconstruction of population admixture in Europe and demonstrate that skin lightening happened as late as 5,000 years ago. See how they're changing? Through immigration of lighter pigmented populations from Western Anatolia and the Russian steppe, but not primarily via evolutionary pressure for vitamin D synthesis. We show that variations in genes encoding for proteins being responsible for the transport, metabolism, and signaling of vitamin D provide alternative mechanisms of adaptation to a life in northern latitudes without suffering from consequences of vitamin D deficiency. This includes hypothesis explaining differences in the vitamin D status and response index of European populations rather. Okay. Now I'll go ahead and let me just, along the way try to maybe post some links. So now they're kind of switching it up with the whole theory. Okay. And let me read this. I'm gonna do a lot of reading. Y'all please hang in there with me. I would like for you to. Okay. Now this right here, where am I? Okay, npr.org. Okay. Your health. Neanderthal genes help shape how many modern humans look. Now, I have seen some sources where they don't believe that the Neanderthal trait or Neanderthal genes have anything to do with lighter skin, but it is something to consider. Now, we know that for those who don't know, okay, let me give you really quickly. Hold on, let me. Okay, then just giving you a really quick AI overview. Neanderthal genes are genetic material from Neanderthals, a subspecies of humans that existed in the genomes of modern humans without African ancestry, comprising 1% to 4% of their DNA. Okay, we're talking about people who are not Black. We're primarily talking about quote unquote white people. These genes inherited after modern humans migrated out of Africa and interbred with Neanderthals, influence various traits, including immune function, skin and hair color, and metabolism, helping human ancestors adapt to new environments and climates. Okay, that's the Neanderthal trait or genes that are said to be within like up to 1% to 4% within quote unquote white people or Caucasian people and certain Asian people. Now, I'm not too certain about the whole Denisovan genes or traits that are found within people of Asia, but that's something I got to do more research into. But those of us who believe in some of us who believe in the Bible, we believe we have an explanation for the Neanderthal. Okay, but I'll go into that perhaps later. But let me go back to reading this. Now it says Neanderthals. Now understand, eat the meat, spit out the bones. Okay, because I don't believe that we were here 30,000 years ago. And it is something interesting when you think of the term human or man of hue. Now, isn't it so interesting that the so-called Negro or Black person who was enslaved in in what became the United States, that we were told that we were not human, only 3/5 human. That's what's really interesting. But then when you even think of the term human, like man of hue or man of color or melanated man. Okay, but let me go on and read. Neanderthals died out. Let me see. It says Neanderthals died out some 30,000 years ago, but their genes live on within many of us. Many of us, right? Yeah, right. DNA from our shorter, stockier cousins may be influencing skin tone, ease of tanning, hair color, and sleeping patterns of those of present day Europeans, according to a study from the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology published Thursday in the American Journal of Human Genetics. Scientists estimate that more than a few Homo sapiens ran into Neanderthals tens of thousands of years ago. This is the estimation now. This is a theory. Scientists estimate that more than a few Homo sapiens or humans ran into Neanderthals tens of thousands of years ago in Eurasia. They liked each other well enough to mate, and now Neanderthal DNA is thought to make up between 1 and 3% of the genetic code of most people who aren't indigenous Africans. You know, that Africans, they just use that, they're just basically saying black, okay? African people have very little Neanderthal DNA because their ancestors didn't make the trip through Eurasia. Scientists think, okay? Think now, all right? Computational biologist Michael Dannemann, the lead author on the latest paper looking at the Neanderthal DNA that persists in modern humans, says that he wondered, well, does it do anything? He and his colleagues looked for associations between Neanderthal DNA and human appearance and behavioral traits. The researchers analyzed information from over 100,000 people in the UK Biobank, a database that contains genetic information and people's answers to an extensive questionnaire, including questions about physical appearance and behavior. Dannemann and co-author Janet Kelso, also at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology, found genetic material from Neanderthals associated with traits like skin tone, hair color, and sleeping patterns. Remember that, skin tone, hair color, and sleeping patterns. Interestingly enough, many of the traits have something to do with sun exposure. Dannemann says it's speculative still, but there may be some logic to it. The paper explains that Neanderthals lived in Eurasia about 100,000 years before some modern humans arrived, giving them more time to get used to a wider range of daylight and lower UVB levels. According to the paper, According to the paper, skin, hair color, and circadian rhythm. It's interesting using that term too. Circadian rhythm, all traits associated in the study with, let me see, I just want to look further into that. I don't want to, I already got enough to read. Okay, for the knowing, a circadian rhythm is your body's internal 24-hour clock that regulates physical, mental, and behavioral changes, including sleep, wake, cycles, hormone release, and body temperature, just for the knowing. Okay, just wanted to get that out the way. According to the paper, skin, hair color, and circadian rhythm, all traits associated in the study with Neanderthal DNA, are linked to light exposure. But before making a leap and blaming your Neanderthal genes for your hair color, there's more to the story. Dannemann points out that you can look at someone's genes and have a hard time telling if she's tall or short. Most human traits are determined by multiple genes working together. When it comes to skin tone, he says several different parts of genetic material impacted, only some of which come from Neanderthals. It's not any single gene that makes a huge difference. It's not like morning people have one thing and evening people have another, says anthropologist John Hawkes of the University of Wisconsin-Madison. It's many genes. Each of them has some small effect. The study is pointing out that, hey, there's one of these genes that has a small effect coming from Neanderthals. Dannemann says they found multiple Neanderthal genes that affect hair and skin tone, some lighter and some darker. He says this suggests that Neanderthals themselves may have had variation in those traits too, meaning maybe they too had a range of skin tones and hair tones. Hawkes says this study reminds us that Neanderthals weren't so different from us. My take on this is that it shows the ways in which Neanderthal genetics, the genes we inherited from Neanderthals, are part of normal human variation. He says they are not super weird things that make people different. They are part of these normal phenotypes. He also points out some limitations in the latest work. All the data are from the UK. Denneman also says that much of the previous research studied people of European ancestry. He adds there is an increasing number of biobanks and databases like the one in the UK that include genetic information along with traits. I think mining those and learning more about the contribution of Neanderthals to human traits is certainly something that's still interesting. Okay, so yeah, so we can look into like who and what were the Neanderthals, and let me just share something else. I'm not going to read all of it, but this is from 2007, shared by the Harvard Gazette. DNA reveals Neanderthal redheads. Okay, Neanderthals' pigmentation possibly as very varied as human, scientists say. Ancient DNA retrieved from the bones of two Neanderthals suggests that at least some of them had red hair and pale skin, scientists reports this week in the journal Science. The international team says that Neanderthals' pigmentation may have been as varied as that of modern humans, and that at least 1% of Neanderthals were likely redheads. The scientists led by Holger Rumpler at Harvard University and the University of Leipzig, forgive me for any mispronunciations, Carlos Lalueza Fox of the University of Barcelona, and Michael Hofreiter of the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology in Leipzig extracted, amplified, and sequenced a pigmentation gene called MC1R. That's what causes red hair in white, in most in Caucasian people. The MC1R gene. Remember that. And it's a mutation. Understand that it is a mutation. Okay. Yeah. They extracted, amplified, and sequenced a pigmentation gene called MC1R from the bones of a 43,000-year-old Neanderthal from El Cedron, Spain. Now, this is what they dated to be 43,000 years. But in my videos on evolution, where I'm debunking a lot of the dating methods, I don't believe that these, beings were that, I don't believe that you had inhuman or human-like beings that long ago, but that's what they dated as. Okay, the 43,000-year-old Neanderthal from El Cedron, Spain, and a 50,000-year-old individual from Monte Lessini, Italy. Now, this is Spain and Italy. Together with other genes, this MC1R gene dictates hair and skin color in humans and other mammals, says Rumpler, a postdoctoral researcher working with Hopi E. Hoekstra in Harvard's Department of Organismic and Evolutionary Biology. The two Neanderthal individuals we studied showed a point mutation not seen in modern humans. When we induced such a mutation in human cells, we found that it impaired MC1R activity, a condition that leads to red hair and pale skin in modern humans. Okay, now I'll also, so you can further read this. So they're saying that they believe that, well, we know that red hair is in human beings is caused by a mutation. Now, it's not the same mutation in every human being. For instance, those of like the Solomon Islands who may have red or blonde hair, I believe that the gene that causes that, or the genetic mutation is the I believe it's TYP1R1. I might be wrong. But I did share it in one of my videos. Okay, so it's something totally separate. All right, but yeah, the red hair and the pale skin is believed to have been caused by a mutation, and it is believed to be linked with the Neanderthal genetics. Okay, all right. So let me see. I might as well go ahead and read on. Let me see. All right. To ensure that the MC1R point mutation was not due to contamination from modern humans, the scientists checked some 3,700 people, including those previously sequenced for the gene, as well as everyone involved in the excavation and genetic analysis of the two Neanderthals. None showed the mutation, suggesting that Neanderthals and Homo sapiens followed different evolutionary paths to the same red-headed appearance. With Neanderthals surviving bones providing few clues, scientists have long sought to flesh out the appearance of this hominid species found across Eurasia some 28,000 to 400,000 years ago. While anthropologists had predicted that Neanderthals might have had pale skin or red hair, the new work by Rumpler and colleagues offers the first strong evidence to support this hunch. So it's believed that the Neanderthals may have originally had pale skin and red hair. Found in cell membranes, MC1R is a receptor that acts as a switch between production of the red and yellow pigment pheomelanin, okay? Pheomelanin. Think blonde hair, red hair, pheomelanin. Remember, I talked about this before, I believe in either part 9 or part 10 of my Ancient Egypt series, okay? Pheomelanin. All right. Found in cell membranes, MC1R is a receptor that acts as a switch between production of the red and yellow pigment pheomelanin and the black and brown pigment eumelanin. Okay. The black and brown is eumelanin. Okay. Red and yellow, think blonde, redhead, pheomelanin. Okay. Or more so pheomelanin. And I'm not saying that a melanated person doesn't have pheomelanin or vice versa. That's not what I'm saying, but just consider that. Modern humans with mutations that cause complete or partial loss of MC1R function tend to be pale and red-haired. Although many other pigmentation, let me read that again. Modern humans with mutations that cause complete or partial loss of MC1R function tend to be pale or red-haired, although many other pigmentation genes can also result in this phenotype. I'm gonna have to look over that again. So it's kind of confusing. In 2006, a team led by Rumpler found a mutation in woolly mammoths that may lead to some blonde mammoths. Together with her colleagues, Hoekstra, the John L. Loeb Associate Professor of the Natural Sciences at Harvard and curator in mammalogy of mammals, okay, study of mammals, in Harvard's Museum of Comparative Zoology, has shown that this very same mutation that was in these woolly mammoths, caused light coloration in mice. Rumpler and Hoekstra are now collaborating to identify genetic changes responsible for pigment variation in other extant and extinct species. It has only recently become possible to decipher the genomes of species that became extinct thousands of years ago, Rumpler says. The methods used in these Neanderthal and mammoth studies could provide new insights into the coloration of other extinct hominids, animals, and plants. Okay, so give that some consideration. All right, let me read from one other thing. I'm not going to read the whole thing, don't worry. Humanorigins.sci.edu. Okay, so this is from education. Now, red-headed, pale-skinned Neanderthals. Okay, ancient DNA in the Neanderthals. Okay, this is what it's from. Okay, I don't want to lose where I'm at. Okay, from the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History. What does it mean to be human? Ancient DNA and Neanderthals. Okay, where did I highlight? Did I lose? Okay, here we go. Ancient DNA has been used to reconstruct aspects of Neanderthal appearance. A fragment of the gene for the melanocortin, rather. Let me read that again. Ancient DNA has been used to reconstruct aspects of Neanderthal appearance. A fragment of the gene for melanocortin 1 receptor, or MRC1, remember that, I've talked about that before in my Ancient Egypt series, was sequenced using DNA from 2 Neanderthal specimens from Spain and Italy, as we just read about. MC1R is a receptor gene that controls the production of melanin. the protein responsible for pigmentation of the hair and skin. Neanderthals had a mutation in this receptor gene, which changed an amino acid, making the resulting protein less efficient and likely creating a phenotype of red hair and pale skin. Okay, remember that. Okay, so yeah, that's just something to consider. Something to consider. Now there are those. Now let's go into yeah. There are those who believe that Esau was the original white man. There are certain hey Drea Lee. Oh no, you just in time, sis. I'm so glad to see you here. Now there are those in certain certain like Hebrew Israelite camps who teach that Esau was the original white man. Esau being the twin brother. Now obviously they weren't identical twins, but the fraternal twin brother of Isaac. I mean, rather Jacob. Jacob, whose name was changed to quote unquote Israel or Yasharel, and Esau's name was changed to Edom. Okay, Edom meaning red. All right, and the book of Genesis explains why his name was changed. But yeah, you had Isaac and Rebekah. Isaac being the son of Abraham, one of Abraham's sons that he begot with Sarah, his only begotten son with Sarah. Okay, Isaac married Rebekah. They had two twins. I think this may have been the first time twins were mentioned in the Bible, but twins who were different. Okay, obviously these were twins who were different. Okay, let's read a little about them. Okay, I'm just going to be reading from the King James Version. Now, I may say God, Lord, or, yeah, for the sake of us all being on the same page, okay? Forgive me for not substituting with Elohim or Yahuwah. I'll try to, but I'll try to, for the sake of us all being on the same page. So so we learn about Abraham and some of his descendants, his direct descendants. But let's go down to, okay, now we're going to go down. We're in Genesis, let me show you, chapter 25. Okay, let me go down to verse 20 and read. Now Isaac, who's son of Abraham, and Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padanaram, the sister to Laban the Syrian. And Isaac entreated the Lord, or Yahuwah, for his wife because she was barren. And Yahuwah was entreated of him, and Rebekah, his wife, conceived. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of Yahuwah. And Yahuwah said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. Okay. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over like an hairy garment. And they called his name Esau. Now we learn later that Esau's name was changed to Edom. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents. And Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of his venison, but Rebekah, the mother, loved Jacob. Okay. And I'll just read just a little. And Jacob saw pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore was his name called Edom. Okay. And Jacob said, sell me this day thy birthright. And Esau said, behold, I am to the point to die. I am at the point to die. And what profit shall this birthright do to me? And Jacob said, swear to me this day. And he sware unto him. And he sold his birthright unto Jacob just for some food. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils. And he did eat and drink and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. So he gave up his birthright as the oldest child, or his blessing, just for some food. Okay, so there are people who look at these scriptures and they, considering what's said in the scriptures and how Esau's described and everything about him and his brother, and they believe, okay, because like in verse 23 it says there are two nations in the womb. It says two nations. Now we know that when it's saying two nations here, they're not just talking geography. So some people think, okay, two separate races, like how we today consider race. It's basically all about skull shape and phenotype in relation to geography. But I don't believe that being that they came from the same mother and father, and it's possible that they could definitely be a bit different looking. Like if you do consider the book of Enoch, and I'm also go into that in this description of Noah. Now, I know that not everyone believes or follows the book of Enoch, but I'm just something to consider. But yeah. You think, okay, he's saying more logical, two different schools of thought. That's a way. Let me highlight that. That's a way to, yeah, they definitely representing two different directions. That's for sure. Yeah, two different directions of thought for sure. Yeah, but I don't think, hey Royale, I don't think that they were two totally separate races. I don't. I really don't. Now, some people they'll use, okay, they'll say, and understand, back then we did not have this concept of race. Okay, that is very, very comparatively new, relatively new concept, the concept of race. Okay, in fact, that was after the whole concept of race as we know it today was even after the Enlightenment era. That was even after the 18th century. Okay, the whole concept of race as we know it today. Okay, now people will look at they'll say that, oh, he was a hunter and white men love to hunt. Yeah, that's true. A man of the field, you know. So people look at that. Oh, that must be the white man. They'll say that he ate of the meat because, okay, being that his name was, okay, being that it was the meat, quote unquote meat, referred to as red pottage. They thinking that it was raw meat, but you got to understand what was actually meant by meat. Yeah, there's a latter scripture, I believe in Hebrews, where it talks about Esau selling his birthright for quote unquote meat. But meat does not necessarily mean like animal flesh. Meat can be like protein. Now I believe that this was like some sort of lentil stew with red lint. They saying that this is something that is still a dish, soup that is still like prepared, like the people of, like, let's say Yemen, I believe. And we all know that like Yemen and in those areas, like around the Jordan and around the Red Sea, and we all know the Red Sea, who that's named after. Erythra's Sea. We all know what the Red Sea is, who the Red Sea is named after. But yeah, but yeah, I don't. Yeah, but people think, oh, because white man like meat, like they meat raw or rare, or not so cooked, or not so well done. And that must be the white man, eating meat raw. So that must be the white man. Right, exactly. You got a lot of African people who love it. Right, exactly. Hunter gatherer. Good point, Drea Lee. Right, Africa's original hunters, hunter gatherer. Yeah, so there's some people believe, um Yeah. But and it is something to consider. And then but the main thing that they'll go to is Esau being described as red. And in verse 25, in the first, or the oldest, Esau, the first twin to come out, came out red, all over like in hairy garment. So they think, ooh, excuse me, in hiccups. They think in hairy, so it is something to consider now. And I'm gonna talk about that. Yeah, okay, like here we got hold on, I got image of a hairy Caucasian person now, and some of the hairiest people, and I'm gonna go into that too. That this is a man of Italy, and we know that now there is a mutation that it can happen even with black people, where you get hair all over your body, even if you're female. Yeah, so people we got to be talking about the white man here. Now it says here. Now I know I could go to the original Hebrew text and try to decipher from the translations, but like Strong's Bible lexicon, but it says he came out all over red, all over like in hairy garment. Now, could it have been just describing him like a red cow, like when you consider the garment of the cow? Is it necessarily saying that he was hairy? Now, it's a possibility. Yeah, it's a possibility. But I wouldn't just say because he's being described. See, now people hear red, they automatically think, oh, redneck. They excuse me for using the term, but that's what they're thinking. Redneck, red, white people. They thinking pink people, right? They thinking red. But brown, understand, when you consider the primary colors, like that's used in the printer, understand that brown is in the red category. All right. Understand now, let's look at some let's just look at something, since we're talking about red. Okay, like in the book of Samuel. The book of Samuel, Samuel, chapter 16. Wait, I'm in the New King James Version. Okay, well, I'll just go from here. Okay, where do we go down? Okay, when Samuel is going to choose the next king, being that Saul needs to be replaced. So he was, Most High, I believe, directed him to the house of Jesse, descendant of Judah, for one of his sons, which would be David, to be king. Oh boy, where are we? Where was it? Let me see. I have to do that. Oh wait, maybe it's not in this translation. Maybe it's in another. Okay, maybe it's not in this particular. Let me go to King James Version, or because it might not be in this. They may have changed it in this translation. Because I trying to remember the exact. Forgive me for not knowing the exact. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So that is 1 Samuel chapter 16, verse 12. Okay. And Samuel said unto Jesse, are here all thy children? And he said, there remaineth yet the youngest, and behold, he keepeth the sheep. And Samuel said unto Jesse, send and fetch him, for we will not sit down till he come hither. And he sent and brought him in. Now he brought in David, who's going to be anointed king. Now David, he was ruddy and withal of a beautiful countenance and goodly to look to. And Yahuwah said, arise, anoint him, for this is he. So David was described as ruddy. And I noticed in certain artistic depictions of David, like in the book that when I used to go to the Kingdom Hall, and my book of Bible stories, they always had David like as a redhead. And it's still hard for me to get that image that I've been seeing since I was a child out of my head of King David looking like this redhead person. Okay. Yeah. But what does ruddy mean? Okay, so we know that ruddy, as you can see here, dictionary, Oxford Languages, of a person's face having a healthy red color, used as a euphemism for bloody. Okay, so let's go to ruddy. So basically, ruddy is red, and basically ruddy is red. I know I went over this before. See, I type in ruddy here. You see, you're gonna see. If you were to type in ruddy, they'll show you someone white. Today, more likely, if you type in Google search images, for example, of ruddy skin, and this is a way that they have been trying to say that David was white, King David was white, because he was ruddy. That means he had red hair or reddish or skin. Now, only reason that white people may appear to have skin that looks somewhat reddish or pink, okay, is because that lack of melanin, or that you can easily see the blood through the skin, or like also with the freckles, and then that they lack melanin. But that doesn't mean that they have this naturally red complexion. Okay. Yeah, what was really meant by ruddy? Did it mean like somebody with rosacea, or somebody with freckles, or somebody with red hair even? What was meant by ruddy skin? And even when you look up Edom, some people believe that means red, but red as in what? Edom or Edom also means earth. Edom also means earth. You think of dirt, the color of dirt. Some translations of the scriptures say that Adam was made of dust. Other translations say that he was made of dirt. Just like some translations say, in Revelation and describing the feet of the Messiah as being made, looking like it was brass burned in the furnace. But other translations say bronze burned in the furnace. And that's another thing I'm going to go through too. That Yah willing. How, ancient depictions and descriptions of the Messiah. And if you feel that it's not important and you don't need, then don't even click into the video. If you really feel that don't matter and we shouldn't even talk about it, then don't even click into the live stream or the video. Okay. All right, but you see ruddy here. Now, we know that basically, we know we can confirm it means something in red or something in relation to red, right? But are we talking red as in pink or red like brown? Well, considering that Edom also can mean earth, I would think red like mud. Like when you take red and mud and put it together, you got rud, right? Like ruddy. That's what I would think. And man being formed of the dirt. And when you think of dirt, and you think of mud, it's more likely that you're going to have mud that is like kind of a dirt that's kind of, like the brownish, like this brother right here. This is a man, a brown-skinned man. You can kind of see those reddish undertones. Definitely. So what was really meant by ruddy? Yeah, like you see this person on the left kind of has like a mahogany, kind of dark mahogany. Was it what we see on the left or what we see on the right? What was actually meant by ruddy? Also was considered, to have a healthy complexion. What was meant by ruddy? Well, okay, let me see. Ruddy skin. Ruddy skin. What was meant by ruddy? Well, I think it's best if you know what okay, I type in ruddy animals. I know I've been through this before, but let's go over this again. Ruddy animals. You got a ruddy mongoose here. That looks pretty brown, doesn't it? So why are these animals being named ruddy this, ruddy that, but they ain't pink? They're not white. Every animal that they refer to as ruddy, they happen to be brown. And understand, brown is in the red family of red being the primary color. So we got ruddy duck here. I just put in ruddy animals. I could put in more. Ruddy frog. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought y'all saw the ruddy duck. You didn't see the ruddy duck. But see here? Yeah, like I showed you. You got a ruddy mongoose. It's called, and that's what it's named. It's not just named a mongoose, but this is named, and you can look it up in Wikipedia. It's named ruddy mongoose. That's pretty brown, ain't it? That's pretty much brown, ain't it? And it's not like white brown. It's not alabaster. It's not peach. It's not like apricot. Yeah, it's more on the tawny side. But let's see. The ruddy animals. You see the ruddy duck. Yeah, it's red, but it's like a brownish red, isn't it? Ruddy cat. Oops. I didn't frog cat. I put accidentally. I don't know how it came up. Frog cat. Ruddy cat. Brown again. Now, yeah, this is kind of beige, but it is in the brown family. Ruddy frog. Ruddy frog. Okay, they're saying that this is the ruddy tree frog. The ruddy tree frog. You see here? That's pretty much brown. It's red more in relation to brown, apparently. Ruddy horse. Yeah, here's another one. Ruddy horse. What color is this horse? Don't mean to respond to people, y'all like kindergartners. Ruddy horse. Pretty brown, isn't it? Yeah, it's reddish, but more in relation to brown. Now, oh wait, let me go back. Where was I? Where was I? Oh shoot, did I share it with the horse? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so it's very obvious. Oh yeah, and the last one again, ruddy cow. So it could have been maybe, when it's saying that Esau read like a hairy guy, but it does say that he was hairy. He had rough skin. Later his father described him. So yeah, I'm going to believe that Esau was hairy. So yeah, so I think we get the picture on what was meant by ruddy. Let me close some of these tabs. Okay. More than likely, ruddy is somewhere in the brown. I would say, like you consider these kids here. Or perhaps what we call brown skin. They may have been like these kids. Maybe David and Esau were a little lighter. They could have been lighter. And then you got to think about this. Well, why were they described? Why is it that the complexion of David and Esau, it just seemed to be pointed out? Because they might have actually been dark or lighter. I'm going to assume lighter. That makes more sense than the rest of. They might have even been lighter than the rest of their people. It is a possibility that the rest of their people were even darker than them. That would make more sense when you consider dominant versus recessive traits. So they might have even been lighter than most of the people who were around them. Let's say the rest of the people may have been a little more chocolate. For them to, have to have been described. There being like almost like a distinction made or it being pointed out. Okay, but going on. Oh, yes. And also, hold on, let me get rid of or remove some of these tabs. Oh, shoot. That one I just closed. So let me reopen that. Because I want you to look at that. Because I'm going to tell you, this is how I think Esau looked. Perhaps hairier. What did I just close? The tab I just closed. But I seriously think this is more of how Esau looked. I'm serious. Just maybe hairier, at least on the body. But I think this is a better description of what I believe the father of E1B1B. Because even when you look at certain people who I believe are descendants of Esau, more indigenous looking, like in Somalia, I would think that Esau looked a little more like this, if I were to guess, as a grown man. I put together a little something. Now, I don't know about. I'm gonna look into that, but I'm gonna tell you what does mean. Hopefully, I get around to it at least today. If not, eventually, y'all willing. But yeah, let me delete some of these. Let me delete some of these tabs and go on. Now, I want to once again. Hold on, let me just delete some of these tabs. Oh yeah, also let me debunk this. Let me debunk something really quick. Oh yeah, and let me share. See, 1 Samuel 16:12. Notice where it says what we just read. Now they're saying different translations, like the King James Version saying that David, he was ruddy and withal of a beautiful countenance. But look at this translation here. Now, one says he was glowing with health and had a fine appearance and handsome features, New International Version. New Living Translation says he was dark and handsome. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, it says dark and handsome here. New Living Translation. Okay, and let me see. Reddish, ruddy, healthy, good looking boy, healthy complexion, handsome. International Standard Version, he had a dark, healthy complexion with beautiful eyes and he was handsome. And interesting how in the New Heart English Bible it says, and he was reddish brown and had beautiful eyes. Yeah, just wanted to point that out to y'all. Also, I wanted to point out, now some people use Song of Solomon 5:10 in trying to prove that David's son Solomon was white, because it reads like in the King James Version, it'll read, my beloved is white and ruddy. But no, now the Hebrew word for white was Laban, as I believe. However, the word that is, or the adjective that's being used here is tzak. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Tzak, which did not mean, even though they didn't change this. This was not here initially. It meant dazzling. It meant glowing. It did not mean tzak. It did not mean white. And in fact, when I initially showed y'all this, white wasn't even here. And I could show y'all. It did not mean white. In fact, when I initially showed y'all this, and I have before in the Strongs, white wasn't even here. It was just clear. Like as if they've just changed it recently. But don't worry, I can go to older sources. It just meant dazzling, right? But I'll go into that another time on King Solomon and the Song of Solomon. But let me go ahead and share this right here. Let me share this tab once again. I'm going to read. Okay. Correspondence and miscellaneous writings from 1735 through 1753. These are the writings of Benjamin Franklin. Now, publication was put together in 1904 by J.P. Putnam Sons, the Knickerbocker Press. Okay, but you can find older publications. These are the writings of Benjamin Franklin. Here, I'm showing you the source here. Okay, the source. Okay, and on page 349, okay, like I said, Benjamin Franklin did not want any more people to be brought over from the African continent to be enslaved in what became the United States, okay, because he was worried about the people being melanated out. Okay, and I'm going to read, all right, reading from, all right. And since detachments of English from Britain, notice that he refers to English and Britain separately. Why is he referring to English and Britain separately? Understand that the country that is now referred to as England or Great Britain, it was not called England. Okay, that's a new name. Just like the English language is a very, very recent, in comparison to all the other languages, is a very recent language. English is the language concocted for the Anglos. Anglos or England deriving from angles or angels. Okay, but notice that he talks about the English as if they are like a separate people from the British or from those of Britain, the indigenous people or something of Britain. Okay, but anyways, and since detachments of English from Britain sent to America will have their places at home so soon supplied and increased so largely here, why should the Palatine Boers be suffered to swarm into our settlements and by herding together establish their language and manners to the exclusion of ours? Why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, become a colony of aliens who will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us instead of our Anglifying them? Now, I thought the Germans were Anglos. So why is he referring to the Germans separately from the Anglos? Okay. Again, he says, why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, become a colony of aliens who will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us instead of our Anglifying them, and will never adopt our language or customs any more than they can acquire our complexion? So he's saying that these people that he claimed will, I don't know, the Palatine Boers or whoever, he's claiming these people will Germanize them when they should be Anglifying them. And they're saying that these people who he referred to as Germanic for whatever reason, he's saying that they can never adopt their language or customs any more than they can acquire their complexion. So he's saying that these people have a separate complexion, a different complexion. How different? That's the question. And isn't that interesting? Because I definitely, like I said, I definitely think white people when I think Germany. I definitely think white people when I think Sweden. If I were to guess where I think the whitest people with the whitest skin on the planet, I would think in Sweden, Germany, Netherlands. That's what I would think, right? But listen to what Benjamin Franklin says, and this wasn't even 300 years ago, okay? This wasn't even 300 years ago. So it's giving you an idea of what the people were like, perhaps what they may have looked like or did not look like in Europe 300 years ago, or even less than 300 years ago, okay? Which leads me to add one remark, that the number Now, reading on, Benjamin Franklin says, which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionably very small. Understand, Benjamin Franklin traveled, unlike others. He was able to travel. So this was something he knew of. He said the number of purely white people in the world is proportionably very small. All Africa is black or tawny. Tawny, like think my complexion, you know, perhaps a little darker. Okay. All Africa, like think the Khoisan people, similar to my complexion. Okay. All Africa is black or tawny. Asia, chiefly tawny. America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. The Saxons only excepted, who, with the English, make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. I could wish their numbers were increased. And while we are, as I may call it, scouring our planet by clearing America of woods and so making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars or Venus, what is he talking about? Why should we, in the sight of superior beings, darken its people? Now, what is he talking? Who are these superior beings that he's talking about? I don't think he's being symbolic here. What is he talking about? Who is he talking about in Mars and Venus? Now, this is the highly intelligent genius who supposedly discovered how to harness the electricity, Benjamin Franklin. He's talking about superior beings in Mars and Venus. Who and what in heck is he talking about? But consider what he said. Now, why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America where we have so fair an opportunity by excluding all blacks and tawnies, increasing the lovely white and red? Red, perhaps he's talking about the Amerindians. But perhaps I am partial to the complexion of my country, for such kind of partiality is natural to mankind. Okay, he's saying it's just natural for me to just want to increase my own people or just have more of my own people around. Okay. So consider what he has said. He said that in Europe, we're not talking Asia. Okay. Now, by that time, he said Asia, chiefly tawny. But he said, well, at least the parts of Asia he was in. I don't think he's talking about the South Pacific, though. But he said that by this time, though, he said the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes. Okay, I could see the Spaniards and Italians, but the Russian, the Swedish, the Swedes, he said that they were of a swarthy complexion, and he said also the Germans, except for the Saxons. He said the Germans were mostly swarthy, except for the Saxons. He said the Saxons only of Germany and the English, they make up the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. So all these other people, he said they were not white. In fact, he described them as being swarthy. What the heck? What is swarthy? Well, swarthy, as you see here, it means dark skinned. Now, perhaps he was saying that they were darker than them. Maybe he was saying that they were like people today that we see of the Mediterranean, or, what they consider olive complexion. Perhaps. But I can't imagine them being described as swarthy. Now, maybe he meant swarthier then, but why would he use the term swarthy? Dark skinned. Let me show you how swarthy has also been used. Let me get rid of some of these tabs, or just closing some of these tabs so I can have some more room. Okay, got a lot of tabs open. Okay. Let me see. I think I got something because I want to show you guys. Let's go through swarthy. Okay. Swarthy, dark. Okay, that's from dictionary.com. Okay, this is reports to the General Assembly of Illinois, etc., etc. This is from 1867. Swarthy black. A New Dictionary of the Italian and English Languages, 1868. Black, swarthy, Negro-like. Dark skin, again. Slavery as it relates to the Negro or African race from 1843. It is evident that the original Negroes of the Nile, the swarthy, look, and they're saying of the Nile, that's east, that's northeast, that's more so northeast Africa, right? But I thought that those people were dark Caucasian Hamitics, right? They were just all dark Caucasian Hamitics, right? It is evident that the original Negroes of the Nile, the swarthy, woolly heads of the race of Ham. Now that's back when they was still trying to teach that we were of the descendants of Ham, right? The Poughkeepsie Casket, 1839, page 164. The five distinct varieties of mankind have descended from one common ancestor, that the swarthy Ethiopian. Those who were engaged in descendants of Cush, signifying black. Yeah, so why would he use a term that is always used, swarthy, in reference to black people? Why would, see, people of Africa, 1871, the root of the name Ham in Hebrew, Haman, conveys the idea of hot or swarthy. Moses is said to have married a Cushite or Ethiopian woman that is a black woman descended from Cush. The North British Review, page 182, 1846, the swarthy Negro. You see, it says, thus the angular and pointed cranium of the Mongol and the retreated forehead and projecting jaws of the Negro, that the swarthy Negro. Yeah, I'm just showing you all the times, swarthy, and beheld the swarthy Negro. 1868. Swarthy Negro, 1709. All these descriptions of swarthy. The black man, his antecedents, forgive me if I'm saying that incorrectly, his genius and his achievements, 1863. Portrait of a swarthy Negro. Okay, that's pretty much. So, I'm so glad you're loving it. I'm so glad you guys are here. Swarthy. Let me share something else with y'all. Let's look through some people. So we all know, because now I have talked about, when we talk about dominant versus recessive traits, and also indigenous, meaning the original people or how the people originally looked in these lands, and what we're more likely to see today. So indigenous on the left, what we're likely to see today, modern times, on the right. See the Australians on the left, but what we're likely to see today. Filipinos, the left, what we see today. Polynesians, Hawaiians, East Indians. Now, this is Asia and Australia that we're talking about here. Okay, so let's just go through And I'm going to go into talking about the Horites. But let me go through just a few slides. Okay, it says here, this is from my folders, Aboriginal Hawaiians. Okay. Okay, these are these kids of Africa? No, actually, these are kids of the Philippines, of the Aeta people, who are said to be indigenous people of the Philippines. This is how the people, or they're put in the category of negritos, like that's like a combination of pygmy and Negro, negritos. She's also of the Aeta people. Look at the nose, kind of similar to mine, short, wide face. The hair. Now, these are the indigenous people. These represent the indigenous. Yeah, they're very, very, very much a minority now because there has been a dilution across the globe. The Aeta people. These are the indigenous Filipino people of the Aeta, if I'm saying it. Yeah. Oh, shoot. I'm so sorry. I forgot to remove this. Hold on, y'all. I've been sharing this. Sorry about that. Forgot to remove that. Thinking that y'all seeing it. Yeah, I was showing the indigenous people of the Philippines. Okay, this is the Aboriginal Hawaiian, and I showed the people of the Aeta of the Philippines. Sorry about that. These are indigenous Filipino people. That's why, if you notice, have you not noticed that a lot of Filipino people kind of look like Latinos? Because they are kind of also like a mixture of, just like many Latinos can be like a mixture of black, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, or Native and European. Was kind of the same with the Filipinos. In fact, being that it's been colonized by the Spaniards, many of them have Latino names, even Latin names, even. That's why some people used to think that Darlene Ortiz, Corey Holcomb show, used to be with Ice-T, used to think that she was Filipino. Now I know I went over this before with y'all, but I definitely want this on this channel. Okay, Mani or Manik of Thailand, the Manik people, indigenous people of Thailand. Yeah, they're of the Mani or the Manik people of Thailand, indigenous people of Thailand, more indigenous people of Thailand. Okay, now this says Satun, woman and child. Thailand, also South Thailand. Okay, Champa people, the original Vietnamese civilization, it says here. Now this is Siberian. It says Asian, Siberian, Malta, and Russian Sungir people, Lapland. This black man is descendant of the original black settlers of the far north. The Mongol people came later. Okay, etc. I believe that was okay. As you can see here, you got the Philippines, Malaysia. These are not AI images, by the way. I gathered these. I've had these images in folders even before I even knew what the heck AI was. Okay, of course, I've used these images many times in videos. In the past, Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand, India. Look at that. Look at a person in India. I don't think that person of India. I don't even think that person is of the city people. They could be, though. Okay, showing you the more original image of Buddha. Oh, and I've also showed the text. Made somebody mad. Somebody blazing got mad seeing that. Okay, of the Shang, also Naki. Okay, the Shang were also called Naki, which literally means black, Na, and man, Ki. King Tang and Shang dynasty were responsible for unifying China to form their civilization. Now look at the depiction. Looks very similar to the head of an Oba. Now you remember what I said about the what I believe with the Edo people. I believe that you may have some very indigenous black descendants of Esau in West Africa, and also I also question the Iron people of like Japan, but that's a whole nother thing. And I can't say that I got too much verification of that. Okay, Fiji, indigenous people of Fiji. See, I used to myself, being that I was initially influenced by the teachings of the Jehovah's Witnesses from the Watchtower organization and all, I used to think Shem, Ham, and Japheth were perhaps three different races. Noah's sons were all different, but now I don't quite believe that. Okay, Fiji Islands, Filipinos, once again. Look at the girl second from left. So this even shows that they even had woollier hair once upon a time. Hair perhaps even in the fours. But then that would make sense if it was a more tropical climate. I guess that would make sense. Give me a sec, y'all. Okay, sorry about that. I didn't even know my husband left out. Picked up his father-in-law. Okay. um. Press one if y'all can hear me loud enough, clear enough, just to make sure. Yeah, these are also Filipinos. Um. Yeah, I believe these people are now like a minority. I've already shown that. More Filipinos. Yeah, so Filipinos. Now, why am I showing this again and again and again? Now, this is Hawaii and Fiji Islanders traditional clothing. See, now you wouldn't think of these, I remember somebody saying that they went to Hawaii and, I think Honolulu, and people were like fascinated, like they were not used to seeing black people there, And that's interesting. That's really interesting. They say it wasn't a bad thing. It's just like they were so fascinated, like they weren't used to seeing a lot of black people at all, So just to see what they've been seeing, and the people they've been seeing in music videos and stuff. Um, oh yeah, if you, appreciate you pressing one. Just let me know you hear me, even though I know I turned back on the mic. Um, yeah. So women of Hawaii, a Hawaiian prince, kind of look like Eddie Murphy in the face. Look at the features. Look at him here. Hawaiian prince. Well, this is how they were looking once upon. These are not AI images. Okay, as I've shown. Melanesian. Look at the fro. Look at that hair. Now you can't tell me that's not in the forest. Look at the nose. Look at the face. Melanesian, Fiji Islands. The Vanuatu, Melanesian, Vanuatu people. This is not Africa. These are not African. Pacific Islands. Look at them. They have noses very similar to mine. In fact, you'll find a lot of these people, like in Australia, with wider noses than those of Sub-Saharan West Africa, even Pacific Island, Vanuatu, Pacific Island, same group of people. Same group of people. She's got locks. Now, am I saying that these people are necessarily Yashrael? I'm not saying that. They actually, a lot of these people are of totally different haplogroups, which tells me, but they would be, like if they were in the United, they could still be, yeah, they would categorize them as Pacific Islanders. But let's say if they were in the United States in 1820, they would still be anthropologically, considering how they merely went by phenotype. Now, either they would be Malay or Ethiop. They would be categorized. They could easily pass for black, or anthropologically speaking, they are put in the category of black and Negro even. And the reason I'm showing this, now this is just Asia. This is just Asia. This is just Asia. These are people that they'll tell you, well, these people came out of Africa. These people are of a totally different haplogroup. They are of a totally, most of the people in the African continent, indigenous to the African continent, are of the A, B, D, R, like R1A or R1B, or E, like E1B1A and E1B1B haplogroup in Africa. These people are of different, like what, C, I got to look into it again. They're of totally different, they represent totally different haplogroups, totally different DNA matchings. But they would be, anthropologically speaking, they would be put in the category of black. People of, for the knowing, Papua New Guinea. Yeah, these people, you can tell by the noses and stuff, Papua New Guinea. Okay, Papua New Guinea. Now, remember, I told you guys that the trait that causes, now some of these people may have, they have the Denisovan genes, but now it's said that what causes red and blonde hair in these people, it is not the same mutation, it's not the MC1R gene, the same mutation that causes it in white European people. So this is not a result of them, let's say, mixing with Europeans, their red hair. Okay, in the Philippines. Now they're referring to these. Now this is the Philippines. Why are they being referred to as Moro mountaineers? Moro mountaineers. Again, the Philippines and Negritos. Hidden faces of the Philippines. Polynesian, and Tonga. Think of the group, the Jets. Yeah, see, the gene responsible for blonde hair in the South Sea Islanders is different from the gene traits that cause blonde hair in Europeans. Yeah, it is the it's the TYRP1 that causes blonde hair in Solomon Islanders and is absent in Europeans' genomes. So it's something totally different. So this is not about them mixing with white Europeans that cause them to have blonde hair. It's totally different. It is a mutation, though. It is said to be a mutation, however. These people are the Solomon Islands. Okay, let me hurry through. Okay, let me just show you another. And I'm going to get around to the Horites. I'm going to get to it. I'm going to get to it. I'm trying to show you that there are, going through swerving. And let me even show you, these are some pictures. You've even had darker people. Now, I'm not saying that they were black. as we define black. Now, of course, we know of Australia, but let's of course, now we know of Australia. We know of what they've done. You know that scene. Okay, let me see if I can find that real quick with the rabbit-proof fence. We know what they, yeah, so you got 3 generations here. Half-blood Irish Australian father, full-blood Aboriginal mother. So she's like a biracial or kind of like a mulatto. And then in the center, yeah, on the right, she's an Irish Australian father and a full-blooded Aboriginal, like Tasmanian mother. 3 generations. Then this is her daughter. She has a quadroon daughter. Father, and her father, however, is of Australian born of Scottish parents. So the daughter's a quadroon. And so she got with a white man. So they all got with white men, or white men got with them. And the child is an octoroon, father Australian, Irish descent. So this is how they managed to dilute out the population, and it only took 3 generations. So there's no telling how things, since they want black people to look at our ancestry and call ourselves mixed, looking 200 years down the line, when, as I've been saying, and I'm going to further show, it is the white race that was the original hybrid race. Okay, although they're trying to, everybody's trying to push that all black people are mixed, even though all of these the traits from the nose shape and all of that, everything, but all of that originate with us, but perhaps besides the mutations. But anyways, yeah, what's that? Let me see. With the rabbit-proof fence, that film, when did that come out? Was it the 80s? Or was the scene with the whiting out on what they did in Australia, the plan. Now this is, okay, let me just share this scene here. Okay. Now this film was supposedly, no, I have to. Okay, now the film came out I'm talking about the 80s. It came out in 2002, Rabbit Proof Fence. Okay, it's an Australian epic drama film. Okay, directed by Philip Noyce. Okay, it takes place. Okay, it's loosely based on the author's mother, Molly Craig, and his aunt and cousin who escaped from the Moore River. Now, why did they call it the Moore River Native Settlement north of Perth, Western Australia, to return to their Aboriginal families? They had been removed from their families and placed there in 1931. Okay, so this is depicting the 1930s. Hold on a second. Let me do a screen share. Of this scene here, fair use, from Rabbit Proof Fence. And this was their plan. And this is what they've done pretty much all over the globe.
Notice, if you will, the half-caste child. And there are ever increasing numbers of them. Now, what is to happen to them? Are we to allow the creation of an unwanted third race? Should the coloreds be encouraged to go back to the black? Or should they be advanced to white status and be absorbed in the white population? Now, time and again, I am asked by some white man, if I marry this colored person, will our children be black? And as chief protector of Aborigines, it is my responsibility to accept or reject those marriages. Here is the answer. 3 generations. Half-blood grandmother, quadroon daughter, octoroon grandson. Now, as you can see in the 3rd generation, or 3rd cross, no trace of native origin is apparent. The continuing infiltration of white blood finally stamps out the black color. The Aboriginal has simply been bred out. Now,
So you see, just like what I talked about with that. Yeah, this was definitely done. Like I said, when I was a kid, I used to think in the 80s, I used to think that Australian, I just knew men at work, laying down under the group that made Who Can It Be Now? And I thought Olivia Newton-John. I had no idea that the indigenous people of Australia were indeed black. Not, not, and they've also been anthropologically put in the category of Negro, not as we see black in the United States, but yeah, as the ethnicity. But yeah, like the redemption, and then this whole idea, like definitely in a lot of these Latin American countries, and in countries in the West Indies, of the whitening out, as I've shown you with this whole painting, the redemption of Ham's redemption. They taught that false teaching that derived from the Talmud about the children, or supposedly black people deriving only from Ham, and Ham supposedly being cursed. Now how they taught, that came from the Talmud. That did not come from the scriptures. For one, the curse was on Canaan and not Ham, and it had nothing to do with a dark complexion. Because it could be said that all of the people had a dark complexion at that time. Shem, Ham, and Japheth's descendants. But with the whole thing with the Ham's redemption, Portuguese, this was from 1895 by Spanish painter Modesto Brocos, Redemption of Ham. Okay. And it's at the, he completed the work while teaching at the National School of Fine Arts in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Okay, so she wanted the curse of Ham, which is supposedly supposedly curses us with dark skin. That is not in the Bible, again. Now, yeah, the curse of leprosy is spoken of in the Bible. But no. Yeah, definitely not melanated skin. Especially when you consider how beneficial melanin is. How could that be cursed? But anyways, she's praising Jesus, or she's praising God that the curse has been lifted. And you wonder why colorism is so strong in certain countries, like in Latin America, like places like even countries like Brazil and in like Dominican Republic. And why do you think that colorism is so strong in the West Indies and Caribbean and South America, and certain parts of South America, especially where they've been influenced more so by Catholicism? Well, they've been taught. They have been taught, that dark skin is a curse. That is what they've been believing for years. And white skin, closer to the angels, purity, holiness, angelic, anglified skin. Yeah. There may be, now maybe a little something behind that with the whole, angelic thing. But yeah, so yeah, she's thanking God. Okay, she was had her child with a white man, having a biracial mulatto daughter, and her daughter had a child with a white man. And so the grandmother here, she is praising God. She's praising God because the blackness or the curse has been stamped out. The subject of this painting is blanqueamiento, or blanqueamiento, or the process of whitening out. And this is what has been going on around the globe for over a century. Okay. And it's still going on. Like, even when you consider what's, with the Sudan, in more indigenous people, Hamitic people who have been living in the Sudan being pushed to the South Sudan and even becoming refugees in Australia. But yeah, getting back to, so going back once again to the Australians, the indigenous people of the continent of Australia. And you could see that they even had curlier hair, even. And that would make sense considering the environment. There's hardly any of these people, the more indigenous people, look. And they more likely have, the indigenous people have even wider noses. And you can see that they didn't all originally have that really, really straight hair. This was said to be the last indigenous, purely indigenous family. I forgot their name, Trugonomy. They are said to be represent the last. This picture was like, what, I think from the late 19th century. They're said to be the last. Look at all the facial prognathism. So even with this black woman here, she would still be seen as mixed. She is still more likely mixed. But they are referred to as black people. Black slain for science's white superiority theory. They also use the skulls of these people in trying to make claims that we derive from primates. Tasmanian Aboriginals. Some say that the term Aboriginals really means abhor originals, or I hate originals. Pre-Darwin, regarded as wild beasts whom it is lawful to extirpate. Yeah, so and of these, let me last share with you before going it more so into the HORITES. Oh wait, I got two more. One more time with Asia. One more time with Asia. Okay, these are some photos of Chinese people from the late 19th and early 20th century. Now, again, black and white photos can be tricky when it comes to complexions, but I've never seen, and you got 4 people in a row here. Are they all from the same family? But I can see that these people had kind of darker skin. Now, I'm not saying that they us. Okay, now I see some whiter skinned people here, but look at this woman here. And notice that she happened to be older than the rest of them. So how do they have such white complexions today? Now, were these people just a minority? Were they a small minority? Maybe they had some African slaves there. No, I don't think that they are even of the same haplogroup. Or is this how the people, is this how the original people, is this how their complexions were? Now, if these are pictures from the late 19th, early 20th century, how do you think they might have looked? This is China. These are Chinese people. How do you think? Now, you can't tell me that this is the deception of the black and white photo. How do we have Chinese people with darker skin like this. This is not the Philippines. These are people of China. Now, you can't tell me that this is just about poor lighting, or I don't want to say poor lighting, but okay, you got on the left and you got on the right. So what do you think? Who do you think represents the more indigenous complexion? These are Chinese people. This is a whole group of them. Okay? This is a whole group of them. Were they just of the same family? These are Chinese people. So it can be understood why Benjamin Franklin now, and he was just mainly talking about Europe. Now I'm not sure. I don't think he went all through Asia. He probably just went through certain parts of Eurasia when he said chiefly tawny. But with him, it was 300 years, and this isn't even. This is just like barely over 100 years ago. And you had, look at her face though. Also, look at her facial features. Then you wonder why it is that Blasian people, a lot of times Blasian people like Amarie. Now, Amarie, before, I believe she had a little nose job. I did not know initially when she first came out in the early 2000s, or was it late 90s? I didn't know until she said something. I kind of looked a little closer. I'm talking before It's This One Thing. I didn't even know offhand that she was Blasian. Yeah, now I can see it, but I didn't really. That's why a lot of times a Blasian will come out with darker skin, because these were originally more melanated people. And with some of them even having features similar. Like I could see a little facial prognathism here. Now, usually, though, you will see like the difference in the hair texture, though. But what was Benjamin Franklin talking about? Now, when he was talking about these swarthy Europeans, what was he talking about? When he was talking about, now they'll show you Europeans like today. Okay, this is supposedly, dang it. Oh, I hate that this happens. Oh, I can't click on nothing that I'm trying to show. Hold on, give me a sec, guys. Oh, it is not supposed to be doing this. Give me a second. Put these images up to show you. Let me refresh. It's kind of freezing, so let me do a refresh. Give me a second. Turn off my mic for a second. Okay, let me turn back on the mic. All right. Let me try it again. I did a refreshing, so hopefully that makes a difference. Let me see if they will allow me to share the images. Okay, it's a little better. Okay. So as you see here, representing the Caucasian types. Okay. Now they want to tell you that in going by skull shape, that there's all this diversity with the Caucasian race. Okay. Whereas the so-called black or black race or Negroid or it's Africoid is so limited, but you have all this diversity supposedly with the Caucasian, right? From Northwest Europe, East Europe, South Europe, Turkey, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, North India, India, Horn of Africa, even, and the Middle East. Okay. My husband's back here. Okay. And it's interesting that they'll give you the migration of the Caucasian race. Now, notice that this little root here, like this tree root or this branch, this root branch says on the left barbarian, and then it splits into Scythian and Celtic. And from Scythian, Circassian, European, Aryan, Celtic, Caucasian, Saxon, white, Anglo. Okay, you see this here? But yeah, but now they'll tell you that these are the different Caucasian types. Like you'll have the Mediterranean, and it says here on the left, Jew of Algiers, Nordic, like when we usually think Anglo-Saxon or Nordic Englishmen, you think Anglo, and the supposed Berber or Berber Mediterranean, like think of Iberia, think of Spain, Portugal, perhaps Italy, or we can add Italy to that. Okay. Yeah, but usually we think of the pure white race. We think the Nordic, Anglo, male, female, blue eyes. But there are those who say that these are the real original Caucasians. There are those who will say that those of the Caucasus region, those like of Armenia, and like these are the original, the people of the Caucasus. They are the real Caucasian people. Almost like differentiating them from the Anglos. Okay, and just a depiction of the Caucasian profile, nose, okay, okay, and there's variants. Okay, they tend to have kind of concave faces, lacking a lot of them lacking prognathism, lacking facial prognathism, where the mouth is kind of more concave instead of protruding, and the chin is actually protruding, and in many cases, past the mouth. Okay, like in the case of this woman here, in many cases, but not every case, rather small lips. Okay. Sharp features, like these are considered sharp features. Okay, now with Caucasians also more likely to have more hair on the body. The hairier people are more like, let's say, of Italy. But what was Benjamin Franklin? What was he talking about? Why did he say the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small? All Africa is black or tawny, Asia chiefly tawny, America exclusive of the newcomers wholly so, and in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also, the Saxons only excepted, who, with the English, make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. That was a quote from the 18th century from Benjamin Franklin. That wasn't even 300 years ago. So now, yeah, now we have the Slavic people here, a South African Caucasian. Now, when Benjamin Franklin, when he's saying swarthier, when he says swarthy, does he mean swarthy like in comparison to, let's say, this person? Does he mean swarthy like just darker than like this Italian guy here? Is that what he meant by swarthy? Or was he talking about this? I noticed something this is something that I had noticed. You don't even really see, and I'm going to go into it. I know it's been over 2 hours, but I'm going to go into it. I just want to do this one big presentation, and then eventually I'm going to break it up and make shorter videos of it. But I still appreciate you guys being here with me. I noticed that you don't really see any artistic depictions. Of course, we didn't have photography 300 years, 200, 300 years ago. Of course, we didn't have photography. So we had to go by the artist depictions of people, and trying to have an idea of what people look like centuries ago. We had to go by the artistic renderings, whether they were like sketches, drawing in caves, whether they were murals or reliefs, carvings, relief carvings, sculptures, busts, statues, paintings. That's what we had to go by. Okay, moldings. That's what we had to go by. All right, death mask. Yeah. So notice how acknowledge how the era that was referred to as the medieval period. I remember, they used to be referred to as the Dark Ages, but you notice they don't use that term really anymore. The Dark Ages. They refer to it as the Middle Ages, or the it's either the Middle Ages or like the Middle Period, and then there's like two parts of that. What's the other? Or medieval times. But they used to also use the term the Dark Ages. Now they say the only reason they called it the Dark Ages, well, they say that it was a dark period. It was now this, you had the period after Rome, the original Roman Empire was sacked by the barbarians. Now, who were the barbarians? Who were the barbarians? And it makes you wonder, how did the original Romans look? Now, this isn't that old of a depiction. But if you notice, that represents on the left, this image, this is like in the Dark Age, representing the beginning of the dark, what led to the Dark Ages. The Babylonian or the barbarians who sacked, the barbarians, I believe, being made up of those Visigoths, those Goths who sacked Rome, okay, which led to which opened up for the Dark Ages, right? Yeah, when was that? Let me get the exact. Yeah, the sacking of Rome. Yeah, like I thought, like in the 5th century AD, around, to be more precise, August 24th, 410 AD, which opened up for the Dark Ages. Okay, that supposedly dark period in Europe. Now, this is depiction of the Roman soldiers on the left, barbarians on the right. Okay. Now, who are these? Notice how the barbarians, they have them depicted with this very blonde hair. But who really were the barbarians? Who were they? Who are these people? Where did they come from? Where did these barbarians really derive from? And even when you consider Berber just means foreigner. Barbar means foreigner. But think Berber Aryan. Could barbarian mean Berber Aryans? Or foreigners of the Aryan race. And what is the Aryan race? What is the Aryan race? I hope you guys are still with me. But yeah, they'll tell you that it was a very dark period of poverty and famines and plagues and just filthiness and diseases and rats, and the superstitious people killed off a lot of the cats, end up leading a whole bunch of rats and plagues and spreading, and you had the, what was it, bubonic plague. And why was there a reference to the quote unquote Black Plague? Why was it even called the Black Plague? But yeah, like a third of Europeans in those areas died. Yeah, so they claim it was they say that that's the reason that they refer to it as the Dark Ages. But was it really? What was really going on? What was really going on? Why do you think if that was the only reason they referred to it as the Dark Ages? And why are white people, why do they love, why do they love the year 1492? They claim, oh, it's when Columbus discovered America, right? And then that was right before what followed 1492 was the Renaissance era. The Renaissance, or the era of rebirth. It was like the rebirth of Rome, but in a it was kind of like the rebirth of the Roman Empire, but in a new sense, or the rebirth of, and what eventually became Europe, the Renaissance, okay, following 1492. Isn't it interesting what also followed 1492 was also the transatlantic slave trade? Is that a coincidence? Do you guys think that's a coincidence? That this is what also followed? But yeah, I always point to the Renaissance as being the beginning, or the precursor of what became what we refer to as white supremacy, the Renaissance era. Okay. And why was art, the Reformation, and then you had the Reformation, but why was art so important during this time? See, there's a reason why art and literature was so, and philosophy was so important at this time. It was so vital to, because art is another form of media. And think media, you think medium. And the wicked powers that be, they know that those who control the media or the medium control the world. They know, they understand this. And art is a very powerful form of media. They didn't have televisions to brainwash people, but they did have books, and they had art. They had writings, and they had art. And during this time, the Renaissance, so it was very much about art. And you had these artists under people. You had the Borgia family, or the Medici family. Yeah. And so, yeah, it was a time like, this is representing the School of Athens, 1509. Yeah, it was definitely a time of, we got to get control of the media or the art. It was a time of, it kind of take you back, but this isn't anything new. This isn't anything new. Like, right, like in First Maccabees 3:48. First Maccabees 3:48. What does it? Oh gosh, forgot. I can't. Having problems clicking out again. First Maccabees 3:4. Well, you know what? I'm not even gonna click on the image. So I'm done sharing this. First Maccabees 3:48 from the Apocrypha, it reads, "And laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought." Now, the heathen usually referred to the Gentile nations, usually the descendants of Japheth that populated the Isles of Europe, right? The heathen. "And laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness." Let me see. I do want to share it, but I just don't want to. "And laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images." Okay. Hold on. Let's go to the previous. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, they opened up the book of the heathen, these Gentiles had sought to paint the likeness of their image. Painting the people, the prophets, the people spoken of in the scriptures, paint them to look like themselves. And I'm sure that they were doing this, obviously, as we see here, even before the Renaissance. Let me stop screen. But yeah, you learn about, look at the image of the Reconquista. But yeah, so these paintings became Yeah, see, look at this painting. These are paintings of the Renaissance era. See, you got to now see angels, and everything has to be more anglified, representing whiteness and purity. Because if you really think about it, you did not see really any artistic depictions of people with alabaster white skin and light eyes and reddish or blondish hair before the Renaissance. Think about it. Now, I've debunked those claims of the blue-eyed Egyptians, but don't get me wrong. These people go back to ancient times. Exactly, Adam Guidry. Enlightenment, right. Enlightenment period was them reintroducing Lucifer. Now that had followed. That was after the Renaissance. The Renaissance era opened up for the scientific era with the Sir Isaac Newtons and stuff. And the scientific era opened up for the Enlightenment era, the so-called Enlightenment era, which eventually opened up for Darwinism and all of that. But yeah, so during the Renaissance, like you see this famous painting here, the creation of Adam. Yeah, we have to see God and the creation of God, man who is of God, the image of made in the image of quote unquote God, to see him as white. Yes, in this image here, Venus. We all know Venus really goes back to Ashtaroth, but Venus, yeah, Botticelli, Venus, this painting here. So now you're seeing people with this really white skin and red and red or blondish hair, whereas you didn't really see that before. And let me show you what I'm talking about. So what was Benjamin Franklin talking about when he was talking about the Europeans? But understand, and he wasn't even talking, he wasn't alive during the Renaissance era. He was born after the Renaissance era. So for there to still be these darkest, swarthy people that he spoke of, that means that you still had plenty of these swarthy people even after the Renaissance. But for some reason, they promoted white, even if these people weren't even the majority yet. For some reason, there was this promotion of white beauty. Now you see, okay, now this is a book, The Black Celts, The African Substratum Theory, Ibrahim Ali, just something to consider. Yeah, we was kings. Uh-huh. Oh yeah. Just like you was Vikings. But see these like from No Chinos, No Color Line. I shared with you the publication. These representing, oh gosh, it's frozen again. The crest. Why would Europe, okay, family crest of Andrews, Fairbairn Book of Crest, page 135. Why would Europeans be using obvious images of Negroes? Negroes, look at the lips, look at the nose, look at the profile, look at the cheeks, look at the hair, look at the skin. Why would they be using these images to represent? Let me refresh this page because I can't really scroll down. It's tripping again. But why would they be using the images of Black people to represent the crest of Europe? Oh, wait, I'm going way back here. Okay, those are said to be Cretans, Minoans, bringing tributes to Egypt. Okay, but hold on, let me refresh because it's acting a fool again. Okay. Okay, let me just share one other, and then I'm gonna go into. Oh goodness, I know that this will take this long for me to go through this basic introduction. I'm going to. I'm going to. Please be patient with me. Please be patient with me. I do appreciate y'all who are here, and y'all bless. Just trying to get. Okay, this is what I'm trying to share. Just want to share some more images. Now, if you know anything about the Etruscans, who are the Etruscans? Who are the Etruscans? All right, let me give you a quick AI overview. The Etruscans were an ancient people and a pre-Roman civilization that flourished in central Italy in the region of Etruria, or modern day Tuscany, from around the 8th century, the 8th to the 1st century BCE. These were people who were in what we now know as Rome, or in Italy. These were people, the Etruscans were an ancient people who were in Italy before there was the Roman civilization. Okay, so now we know that Italy was populated primarily by the descendants of Japheth, Noah's son Japheth. Japheth's son Javan. Yeah, more specifically, Javan, who's the descendant of Japheth. Okay, some would say like the father of the Europeans, right? Now, I used to think maybe Japheth was white, maybe, but looking at some of these ancient depictions, okay, like these are the Etruscans. Again, it says the Etruscans were an ancient people and a pre-Roman civilization that flourished in central Italy in the region of Etruria, modern day Tuscany, from around 8th to 1st century BCE, before the time of the Messiah. They were renowned for their advanced metalworking, sophisticated art and architecture, and influential city-state system. The Etruscans were a major cultural force in the Mediterranean, learning from and influencing the Romans, who became the Romans though, through their contributions to language, engineering, fashion, and religious practices before being absorbed by the Roman Empire. So now I've already went through Asia and Australia. Now, I'm not going to go through the Americas, but could this, yeah, now now you could clearly see, I see coily hair. I could clearly see hair that appears pretty coily. Look at the hair texture. Y'all want to call BDBs or whatever. I see coily hair. Look at the nose. Look at the lips. Philtrum area, the shape of the head. If I were to guess, and notice that the what appears to be the complexion is even darker than the hair. I would guess that if I were to guess, I'd put this person in the racial category of quote unquote black, wouldn't you? Okay, a Roman youth. Look at how coiled the hair is. Look like the hair is at least 4A texture. Roman youth. The nose, lips, the facial fat. It's like a bust of a Roman youth. Okay, and this is another Etruscan terracotta relief from 600 BC. Look at the nose and the lips. Do you know too many? I don't know too many Italians that look like this. Etruscan, 400 BC. Now it's very obvious that Now this has ruddy skin. Etruscan 400, 300 BC. Okay, now this, oh gosh. Okay, it's been a while since I say these pictures, and that's years ago. Let me see, Abkhazians of African descent. Let me see. Let me look up because I've forgotten. I've forgotten Abkhazians. Abkhazian. Abkhazia. Okay, Abkhazia, a partially recognized state in the South Caucasus. Okay, so these are the Caucasus on the, well, what became the Caucasus on the eastern coast of the Black Sea. Yeah, and it's interesting. Why? Okay, notice that the Caucasus Mountains is between the Black Sea, yeah, the Black Sea to the west and the Caspian Sea to the east, right? And you know, Caspian means white. Caspian, like Casper, ghost, white. Caspian Sea or the White Sea, and the Black Sea to the left or to the west. And that's interesting. Why would the Black Sea be to the west and the Caspian or White Sea be to the right of the Caucasus Mountains? Why are they called the White Sea, the Red Sea, the Black Sea? Why? Why is it they're even this? Yeah. But yeah, so this is a person of, oh gosh, I'm gonna look it up. I know I got it saved. But this is a person of Abkhazia. Okay, the South Caucasus on the eastern coast of the Black Sea at the intersection of Eastern Europe and West Asia. So this is, now, do you think he's indigenous to the Caucasus? Do you think, or you think he just maybe he's a descendant of someone who was enslaved? Perhaps. But these pictures are authentic. This is not AI. Okay, these are also of the same area. Now they're, Europe blacks, Abkhazians of African descent. Now they'll say of African descent. How do we know they're of African descent and not indigenous? Or, look at the coin here. Okay, this is a coin of King James. I think it says maybe. I know I got descriptions. Okay, and this from Nature Knows No Color Line. Where is this? This is Germany. Crest of Germany. It says 1421, 1448, or 4. Okay, so this is around, well, it says 1650 up here. So 1650, this is representing, now this is before Benjamin Franklin. Why would they be using this to represent the crust of Europe? You're not going to have slaves depicted like this. Slaves are not going to, now this says 1421, 1448, 1412, or 1421 through 1448 over here. And then from 1412 to 1421. Now, they may not have been exactly that dark. This might be stylized, or maybe a caricature to some degree. But it would tell me that maybe people looked a little different once upon a time. Look at all. Now, these are different. Okay, French, it says French, Dutch, and Belgian families with names of Negro or Negro. More. These are the families, French, Dutch, and Belgium. So does this give you a better idea of why Benjamin Franklin said what he said? Okay, this is from the book Nature Knows No Color Line by J.A. Rogers. Okay, now these are paintings. Oh gosh, what year? I was supposed to mark off the year, but I'm gonna get it together. Okay. Oh, I got it in here, but in another language. Goodness gracious. But yeah, this is Europe. These are representing. This is Europe. Okay. I do believe that this was during the time of. Oh gosh. Let me see if I could read this inscription to some degree. No, it's in Latin. Filippo, Catolico, Hispania. Oh gosh, I was supposed to have it. I know I got it somewhere else in another folder marked off. Yes, there were black people in Renaissance Europe. And that's the thing. People are pointing out, like with the Medicis, that there were biracials of mulattoes. And that tell you, you can't have a biracial without having two monoracials, two separate monoracials. That means that means that there were black people and there were white people eventually in Europe. The question is, who was there first? How did they initially look? But they'll always tell you, well, yeah, they were slaves. They were slaves. This is what they'll always tell you when you point this out. Well, these people were slaves. These people were slaves. Were they? Oh, wait, what was that? What was that? Oh, this is, no, I'm not trying to share that. Okay, I already went through that. So, going back to, so now, kind of give you an idea, kind of make you kind of question, because think about it. Do you, even if we were to look at the depictions that they give us of Alexander the Greek, okay, of course, that was BC time. Even with the depictions of Alexander the Greek, now you could tell the depictions that are, you could tell what's really old. Remove this. You can tell what's old. And yeah, now you can't tell by these marble, but even then you can see obviously, they had curlier hair. They definitely had curlier hair. Oh, and I got more. But yeah, obviously they had curlier hair once upon a time. But even with these depictions, and these aren't so old, but some of these depictions, like you could tell this isn't old or ancient in any sort of way. But even with these depictions, you don't see really white skin. Now, yeah, he looked like Sylvester Stallone here. But even with these other, you don't really see depictions of people with this white skin and light hair and alabaster skin. And I could show you more images of Rome and Greece of people with even much darker than this even. Okay, I could definitely show you depictions even much darker than that. Like I said right here, Cretans, Minoans, it's from ancient Egypt, from a relief, I believe. Okay, and this is supposed to be, what do I got here? It says Garamantes, Roman, 3rd century. Now this is interesting because the Garamantes, I believe that they might have been like the white giants or the giants. But Garamantes, Roman 3rd century AD, mosaic with hunting scenes, used from the National du Bardo, Tunis. I think it's in, where is this? Is it in Tunisia? But anyways, this is 3rd century AD mosaic, hunting scenes. Notice how the people look darker than. So yeah, like I said, this is going to tell me that the white race is a relatively recent race. That's what it's telling me. But let's go into it. Let's really go into it. Let's really go into it now. Here, why is England named after Angles, and not after Saxons or Jutes? Okay, now this is just something Cora question. This guy answers. Part of the reason, okay, originally answered, why is England named after Angles? Angles. But really angels, like Anglo-Saxon. You could look it up. England or English, named after angels. Okay, the kingdom that United Kingdom Wessex was notably a kingdom created by Saxons. Now, were the Saxons, now they claim they're the angelic sons of Isaac, but I kind of dispute that. Also understand too, Esau was also a son of Isaac, but anyways, but were the Saxons even, were the original Saxons originally, quote unquote, white? Because there's the Anglos and then there are the Saxons, right? But anyways, okay. They're saying the kingdom that United England, Wessex, was notably a kingdom created by Saxons. So why were the Angles used as the namesake for England? And someone responded here, Chris Young responded, part of the reason for this is reflected in the fact that the first historical work dealing with England was called the Historia Ecclesiastica Gentis Anglorum, or ecclesiastical history of the English, quote unquote, English people, completed in about 731 by the Northumbrian Angle Bede. A literal translation of Bede's work, title would be Ecclesiastical History of the Nation of the Angles. But Bede, in fact, wrote about the growth of Christianity in all the Germanic kingdoms without discrimination. For example, he naturally emphasizes the mention of Augustine to the Frankish influenced Judish king. You can tell I'm kind of tired. Kingdom of Kent, but that doesn't affect his choice of title. Now, obviously, the name of the country isn't derived from the name of a history book, but what this point shows is that at this fairly early date, the domination of the Anglian kingdoms of Northumbria and Mercia was sufficiently clear that using the term Angles to refer to the whole system of Germanic-speaking Britain came naturally. This was 150 years before Alfred started calling himself King of the Anglo-Saxons, and it eventually stuck because when Alfred's grandson Athelstan, a Saxon, obviously took over the northern kingdoms, he adopted the style of King of English, among others. The Saxon may have created the kingdom, but the name was already current. Okay, so that's what's being claimed. Okay, but why are they calling themselves why would they even refer to themselves as Anglos, angels, and yeah. All right. This is interesting. Okay, the white skin myth, skin color in ancient mosaics. Okay, this is from helenmilesmosaic.org. Skin color in ancient mosaics and why it matters. This post is in response to an October 2018 New York article, The Myth of Whiteness in Classical Sculpture, written by Margaret Talbot, which discusses the use of color on ancient Roman and Greek statues. The article argues that academics have known for centuries that the marble figures were covered in bright paint, but chose to ignore it, so that we, the viewers of ancient statues, now believe they were intentionally white. The reasons are multiple, including, according to Talbot, among them is that up until recently, excavation techniques were rudimentary, and if a statue was discovered covered in earth and undisturbed pigment, it would quickly be hosed down to reveal the marble beneath. Snobbery, aesthetics, and overt racism, the idea of whiteness being equated with purity and goodness. See, understand, when they decided we're going to become white people, we're going to be white people, and they are going to be black people, they were thinking something more esoteric. We are going to represent holy angels, purity, cleanliness, and they are going to represent death, gloom, destruction, more mortality, necrophilia. That was their way of like putting a curse. It was not just about melanin, but they just felt that their lack of melanin was a sign, like a symbol of their closeness to godliness, whereas I believe that they believed that they derived directly from angels. Okay, so don't think that I'm trying to be racist or anything like that. I am sure they refer to themselves as Anglos for a reason. Are also given as factors behind this. Okay, let me see. Okay, overt racism, the idea of whiteness being equated with purity and goodness are also given as factors behind this collective amnesia. Okay, you see these murals here, mosaic depicting the building of the Tower of Babel. See, look at this image here. You see a whole bunch of black people here. Detail from Dionysus mosaic, Sétif, Algeria, 3rd century AD. So far, okay, but this is Algeria though. And I'm gonna tell you, I do believe that at Algeria, North Africa, I believe that that's where Ashtaroth is. But anyways, so far, or yeah, not Ash. Did I say it right? Arzareth. I believe that Arzareth was in Algeria, and yeah, where the the quote unquote lost tribes of northern tribes went initially, not the United States, or what became the United States, or the Americas. So far, so interesting, but only up to a point. The debate about pigmentation on ancient statues have been alive and well for a long time and has not been ignored. Okay. Yes, I'm just showing you. Okay, but I may come back to that. But I know that for some reason, I have this. Oh, yeah, this. Well, I'll come back to this. I'll come back to this maybe tomorrow or something. And as I've shown you here, check out Nature Knows No Color Line, this book here showing crests in Europe. I'm come back to that. But I want you to listen to this here. Let's go back to the Bible. Genesis 36. Now, these are the generations of Esau. Remember Esau. Now, I do believe that Esau what's the picture I say I think he might have looked like. Let me close some of these tabs once again. I believe that Esau might have looked like this. That's just my opinion. Okay, I'm kind of getting rid of some of these tabs. This is how I believe. That's how I believe Esau might have looked. Okay. Now, I'm reading from Genesis, from King James Version, chapter 36. Now, these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. His name was changed to Edom in red. Esau took his wives of the daughters of Canaan. Remember that. He took his wives of the daughters of Canaan. Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite. Oh, yeah, and let me say this. Canaan is a descendant of Ham. I believe that Ham, obviously Ham was black, right? Or would definitely be put in the racial category of black. Ham had sons. His sons, okay, being Mitzrayim, aka Egypt. I think Put might represent either Libya and or Somalia. Okay, Put, Cush, you think Ethiopia. The indigenous, original Nilotic Ethiopian and Nubians. And Canaan. Now, was Canaan originally black? I think so. I would think so. However, I do believe that, and it's interesting because white people might have descended from Ham. It's funny how everything they taught us, it's really, yeah. Now, I'm not saying that the Hamitic race originally were white people, but white people might have descended from Ham, or not necessarily Ham, but Ham's daughter, at least one of Ham's daughters. Now, the father, that's another subject. But anyways, reading again from Genesis chapter 36. Esau took his wives of the daughters of Canaan. Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite. Aholibama, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite. Remember that. Hivite. Hivite. Okay, we mentioned Hittite, but more specifically, remember Hivite. And Bashemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nabajoth. Now, I believe that Ishmael was quote unquote black, because that being a son of Ishmael, being the son of Abraham, who was black, quote unquote black, as well as Hagar, the Egyptian, black, but Hamitic. Okay. So yeah, and Bashima, Ishmael, and he probably took the Ishmaelite wife to make his mom Rebecca happy, because she was not pleased with him marrying these Canaanite women who worshipped false gods. They were really not to marry these foreign women. Okay, all right. And Adah bare to Esau Eliphaz, and Bashima bare Ruel. And Aholibama bare Jewish and Jalem and Korah. These are the sons of Esau, which were born unto him in the land of Canaan. And Esau took his wives and his sons and his daughters and all the persons of his house and his cattle and all his beasts and all his substance, which he got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob. Okay. For their riches were more than they might dwell together, more than that they might dwell together. And the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. Now, Mount Seir. And it goes on, with the generations of Esau, who is the father of the Edomites, who dwelled in Mount Seir. Now, Esau and his descendants displaced the original inhabitants of Mount Seir. Remember that, Seir, Seir. Remember that word and remember how it sounds, okay? Seir. Okay? So he displaced, yeah. So who was in Mount Seir? Who was in Mount Seir? We're going to learn about the Horites. Now, who are the Horites? Now, the people who were in Mount Seir were the Horites. And now it says here at eratawordpress.com, it says here, okay, Horites or Horim, okay, Horites as in Horites or Horim, Horim, were a people mentioned in the Torah or in the scriptures, in the Old Testament, in Genesis 14:6 and 36:20 and Deuteronomy 2:12, inhabiting areas around Mount Seir, which is in Canaan. Okay. All right. So it's believed that these people may have derived at least from Canaan's daughter. Mount Seir seems to have been named after one Seir, who was the land of the Horites. Okay. Now understand Seir, and I'm going to show you. Let me see. Seir means hairy. Let me see. Yes, Seir is often used interchangeably with the Horite. Let me see. I'm trying to find. I know I got at least 2 bookmarks. This is interesting. Is there a connection between Caesar and Seir? There are a lot of theories about the etymology of the name Caesar, but the most mainstream, widely accepted one is that it came from Caesar, a Latin word meaning hairy. The first recorded example of a Roman with the name was Sextus Julius Caesar, consul in 208 BC, who might have been known for being hairy. In Hebrew, the name Seir, strong number 8165, also means Harry. Now, is that a coincidence? I don't think so. Seir was the name of a mountain range in Edom, the land of the Edomites, and of a Horite whose descendants intermarried with the Edomites. Okay? So, usually, as we know men do in war, in many cases, they conquer the men or they kill off the men and then they um, RAPE or intermarry with the women. That's something that's done. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah. Um, yeah, and Strong's Concordance. So you think that's a coincidence? Caesar? Well, let me show you one other case. And I'm also going to link, yeah, I don't know if I'll do it today. Maybe I'll do a separate thing tomorrow or something. Caesar, you go from Seir to Caesar to Khazar to kosher to Kaiser. No coincidence. To but anyways, okay. Yeah, this is Rhoticism in the Old Italian Languages and the Exceptions by Edward Lorraine Walter. This is from 1877. And on page 38, it reads Caesar, Caesares. That these words belong to the older language is shown both by the early appearance of the proper name in history and by the declension of Caesares, which presupposes presupposes a Ciceres. Okay, y'all can see it. That's why I got to make sure y'all see it. They are evidently related to Kisara, Kesara, a Kasara, of which the etymology is not clear. Both Sanskrit forms are well attested, but the Latin word makes it probable that the form with the S is the original. Okay. Now, one thing too, I found out, like cesarean section that a woman has when she's pregnant. I looked up the original Latin pronunciation, and it was actually Khazarian. That was very interesting. I looked up and even went through the whole little thing. They got a YouTube with how to pronounce things, and it was actually like, even though we say Caesar, it was actually Khazarian. Interesting, like a cesarean section that a woman has when she can't have a natural vaginal birth. Khazarian, it was actually pronounced. Isn't that interesting? But yeah, going back to, oh boy, my cat is acting a fool. He's like, you in here too long. And also remember these names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Adah, the wife of Esau. Now understand that one of Esau's, at least one of his wives, were of the Horite people. Okay, and Hivite. Remember, say one of his daughters were of the Hivite or Holibama. Wait, no, the daughter, no. It was Zibeon the Hivite. Hivite is synonymous with Horite, and I'll show you. Okay, but yeah, remember also his sons Timon, or his sons and grandsons Timon, Omar. See, it's believed that the country of Yemen, these countries around the Red Sea, Yemen is named after Timon. Oman, the country of Oman may be named after Omar. We can go on and on. But anyways, get back. So yeah. All right. So the Horites, yeah, Mount Seir seemed to have been named after one Seir, who the land of the Horites, the land of Seir, was named after. He was the ancestor of the Horite chiefs listed in Genesis 36:20. Okay. The Horites have been identified with references in Egyptian inscriptions to Kar. So in the Egyptian inscriptions, they refer to the Horites as Kar, which would be translated as Kar, Khar, formerly translated Hari, kind of like Harry. HARRI, which concern a southern region of Canaan. See the International Standard Bible Encyclopedia, page 1421. Okay, and of course, you know I had to check it out though. Here we go. So, let me zoom in. Trying to zoom in, y'all. Horror, a tradition, mountain. Okay, but let me go to the Horites. Horite, or Horim, denoted the inhabitants of Mount Seir before its occupation. They were the people inhabiting Mount Seir before its occupation by the Edomites. Deuteronomy 2:12. Seir is accordingly called Horite in Genesis 36, 20 and 30, where a list of his descendants is given, who afterward mixed with the invading Edomites. Esau himself married the daughter of the Horite chieftain Anna. Okay. Genesis 36:25, see verse 2, where Hivite must be corrected into Horite. The Horites in their Mount Seir were among the nations defeated by the army of Chedor Laomer, and we know that he exists in history, in the age of Abraham. The Hebrew Horite, however, is the Khar of the Egypt inscriptions, a name given to the whole of southern Palestine and Edom, as well as to the adjacent sea. In accordance with this, we find in the Old Testament also traces of the country besides Mount Seir. Okay, Horite, Hivite. Let me see. For the inhabitants of Shechem and Gibeon, and Caleb said to be the son of Hur. Was Caleb a Horite? Hor or Horite has sometimes been explained. Hor or Horite has sometimes been explained to mean cave dweller. Okay, or like troglodyte. Let me go to the next page. Oh yeah, I gotta. Dang it! How do I go? Well, anyways. Okay, next page. No. Okay, however, denotes the white race. You hear it says, however, denotes the white race. It's kind of hard. It says it denotes even though it's referred to as cave dweller, however, denotes the white race. The Horites were Semites. Now, this is where it doesn't make sense. How could they, if they were of Canaan, how could they have been Semites? That doesn't make sense. Because the Semites or Shemites, the Semites derive from Shem. If the Horites derive from Canaan, then they could not have been Semitic, unless they are considering the ones who mixed with Esau. Then they would, if Esau is their father, then they would be Shemitic. Okay, and consequently, they are distinguished from the tall race of Rephaim. Now, it is believed that the Horites were also descendants of the Nephilim. You know, the Nephilim were the children of when the angels made it with the women, the indigenous melanated women, the indigenous human women on earth. And they created these babies that were taller than usual and stronger, and these unusual, it caused a mutation because, of course, the angel, they were not meant to dwell on the earth mating with women. So it caused a mutation. Have you not? Is it a coincidence that a lot of these tales about giants, they come out of, a lot of them come out of Europe and Eurasia? Have you not noticed that? And even when you consider, now we got tall people, we got some of the tallest people in the African continent. We know of that. So yeah, there we got the tallest people and some of the shortest people. But when I really looked up where the tallest people were, yeah, in the earth, they just happened to, mostly the top 10 were like all, pretty much all European countries. The Netherlands, I believe, was like number one. Now, of course, they wouldn't be as tall as, let's say, they were in the times prior, let's say, prior to the flood. But we're talking after the flood now. Now, yeah, but let's go further. But it said, it's believed that the Horites might be descendants of the Nephilim, as are the Rephaim. But they're saying here that there's a distinguishing. Okay, but let's see, where else in the Bible are the Horites spoken of? Let me see. Okay, the Horites have been identified with references in Egyptian inscriptions to Kar, formerly translated as Hari, Harri, which concern a southern region of Canaan. The first mention of Horites in the Torah was when they were defeated by a coalition of eastern kings led by Kedor Laomer, or Chedor Laomer of Elam, Elamites, a province in modern Iran. These kings had come through the Horite territory to subdue a rebellion by a coalition of other kings of people whom they had ruled for 12 years, who were living near the Salt Sea, or Dead Sea, in Sodom and Gomorrah. Later, according to Genesis 36, the Horites coexisted and intermarried with the family of Esau, grandson of Abraham, through Isaac. They were eventually brought under the rule of the descendants of Esau, also then known as Edom. Okay, Seir, from a root meaning bristle up, possibly referring to the wooded hills, or possibly meaning bristle up, shudder, and horror. Now I got that Seir means hairy, and yeah, so there's different, the mountain history. Okay. Now, the Hebrew word for Horites corresponds to the extra biblical Horians, or Horians, if I'm saying it correctly. Now, I know you've heard of them through history, the Horians. This isn't just in the Bible, but in secular history books, the Horians. Let me make sure. Let's get a correct pronunciation. Let me get a correct pronunciation. Hurrian. Okay, so Hurrian. Okay, I just listened for the, so Hurrian. Okay, Hurrian. Okay, so the Hebrew word for Horites corresponds to the extra biblical Hurrians, a non-Semitic people who migrated into the Fertile Crescent about 2000 BC. The Hurrians created the Mitannian Empire in Mesopotamia about 1500 BC, and later became an important element in the Canaanite population of Palestine. Notice how the white people, they're very much connected with the Palestinians. But anyway, okay. And the Palestinians, they have also said that they are descendants of Canaan. The people who are now, even though Palestine is believed to have derived from Philistine, the descendant of Mitzrayim, related to Egypt, but they claim to be, those who are in the land of Palestine, the Palestinians, they claim to be descended from Canaan, okay, of the Levant. Okay, how the substitutes, okay, Seir the Horite, where was it? Okay, in locations there is extra biblical evidence for Hurrians. The Hebrew term Hivites appears Genesis 34:2 and Joshua 9:7. Joshua 11:3, Joshua 11, okay, as a designation for certain elements of the Canaanite population. So the Septuagint, or the ancient Greek translation of the Old Testament, however, substitutes Horites for Hivites in Genesis 34:2 and Joshua 9:7. Also, Zibeon, son of Seir the Horite, is identified as a Hivite in Genesis 36:2. Okay, so this is basically telling you, that Horite or Horite is synonymous with Hivite. Hivites. Okay. Let me see. Where is it? Where are they talked about here? In Genesis 14. What? Okay, where they're mentioned in the 14th. In the 14th year came Shedor Laomer and the kings that were with him, the Elamites, and smote the Rephaims in Ashtaroth, Karnaim, and the Zuzims. Now we know the Rephaims and the Zuzims in Ham. We know that they are descendants of the Nephilim, who are direct descendants of the fallen angels, and the Emins in Shaveh Kiriathaim, and the Horites in their Mount Seir unto El Paran, which is by the wilderness. Okay, so they say that that's when the Horites are first mentioned. Also here, Deuteronomy 2, second chapter. Let me see, where are they mentioned again? And when we passed by from our brethren, the children of Esau, which dwelt in Seir, through the way of the plain from Elath. Okay, trying to see how it's mentioned. Okay, Horims. Okay, so verse 12, the Horims also dwelt in Seir before time, but the children of Esau succeeded them, which they had destroyed them from before them, and dwelt in their stead, as Israel did unto the land of his possession, which the Lord gave unto them. Now, were they all destroyed? Could some have maybe wandered away or been pushed out? Now, obviously, some intermarried with Esau. Okay, but how did the Horites look? Let me see. But let me share some more sources. Now, this is from BibleGateway.com. Horite or Horam. Okay. LXS transcription consistently distinguishes the fricative Hittite and Horite from the laryngeal spirit of Hivite. The former it writes as CH, the latter with no separate consonant, but a coloring of the adjacent vowel. Okay. Phonetically, Horite is the Old Testament Hebrew equivalent of the extra biblical Hurrian. Many Old Testament references to Horites do not seem to fit Hurrians. The personal names of the Horites in Genesis 36 do not conform to Hurrian patterns, but seem rather to be Semitic. It is claimed that no archaeological evidence exists for the Hurrian settlements in Edom or Transjordan in general, whereas the Old Testament reports Horites living there. So they're saying that there's no secular evidence that the Hurrians lived in Edom, in the Transjordan area, whereas now like Petra. But the Old Testament says that that's where they were originally. Now, so do you trust the Bible? Now, we know that the Hurrians existed. They're trying to not connect them with that land, though. Okay, these Horites, the predecessors of the Edomites, were apparently not Hurrians. This is what they're claiming. On the contrary, it is maintained that the name Horite originally stood in the Hebrew text of Genesis 34:2 and Joshua 9:7. Okay. All right. Let me just go to another source. I don't feel like reading all that. Okay, I've already read this. Okay, this is from Buried Alive, the startling untold story about Neanderthal man, 1998, from New Leaf Publishing Group. Let me see what I got here. On page 102, physical separation or isolation of a group of people or animals from their parent. Okay, let me see. Noah's family of Shem, Ham, and Japheth and their wives were capable of giving rise to all of mankind because they carried the genes of us all. Etc., 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 etc. Oh yeah, I noticed that. Oh, I had this mark. Why is this page missing? Only one page. This page is missing. Isn't that interesting? And then it just goes into Zagros Mountains of present-day Iraq and the Tower of Babel era. Yeah, all these poor folks could find where caves. All of these poor folks could find were caves in which to shelter themselves from the increasingly inhospitable weather. So naturally, when these people are found in caves, so the whole page where they're talking about these people, it's missing. Just that page. Even I bookmarked it a while ago and the page was there. Well, I guess I could purchase the book. So naturally, when these people are found in caves and rock shelters, they are called troglodytes, in French meaning cave dwellers. Yeah, why is it? When did we start referring to white people as cavemen, and taunting or stereotyping? Why is that? Where did that originate, though? When you really think about it. Okay, so naturally, when these people are found in caves and rock shelters, they are called troglodytes, in French meaning cave dwellers. This is not square one. The earth that their fathers had known was gone, and newly created post-flood conditions prevailed. Because of this fact, uniform thinking is both inadequate and dead in this time frame of history. Once upon a time, the earth was really different. Neanderthal prehistory is made to look like square one by all the museums, or perhaps square 2 or 3 if you take into account Homo erectus and all of the those missing links, so-called southern apes in Africa. Okay, all right. Okay, but that is not based on fact at all. Neanderthal history reflects man forced to live. Now, remember how they were saying that, oh, the Neanderthal was of a lower intelligence, this, and that. But now that the Neanderthal is more so being linked to the European Caucasian, now they're like, oh, actually, the Neanderthal was of a higher intelligence and blah, blah, blah. Have you noticed that? Okay, but anyways, yeah, Neanderthal history reflects man forced to live under harsh circumstances after the flood because of the wickedness on earth before the flood. People with Neanderthal-like features have been found as far west as the island of Gibraltar. I cannot pronounce that. I've never been able. Okay, Gibraltar, just like world. It's hard for me to pronounce. World War. Island of Gibraltar, as far east as China, Iraq, Uzbekistan, as far north as Belgium and Germany, and as far south as parts of South Africa. Okay, so they're talking about, and we know what they mean when they South Africa. Okay, let me go to another. Okay, just giving you. Okay, Bible study tools. Horites denoted the inhabitants of Mount Seir before its occupation by the Edomites. Seir is accordingly called Horite in Genesis 36, where a list of his descendants is given, who afterward mixed with the invading Edomites. Okay, Esau himself married the daughter of the Horite chieftain Anna, where Hivite must be corrected into Horite. The Horites in their Mount Seir were among the nations defeated by the army of Chedorlaomer in the age of Abraham. Okay, so once again, okay, oh yeah, Caleb, but that's interesting. Caleb is said to be the son of Hur, the firstborn of Ephratah or Bethlehem. Okay, Hor or Horite, you see down here, Hor or Horite has sometimes been explained to mean cave dweller. It more probably, however, denotes the white race. Okay, and we saw where they took this from. Okay, Topical Bible, BibleHub.com, Horites. Horites, also known as a Horim. Okay, the inhabitants. These are the sons of Seir. Now, understand, these are the sons of Seir, the Horite. These are the sons of Seir the Horite, the inhabitants of the land. Lotan, does that sound familiar? Lotan, think mythology, so-called mythology. Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anna, just something to consider, okay? Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan. These are the chiefs who came of the Horites, the children of Seir in the land of Edom. Okay. Biblicaltraining.org. If people found Horites, see if I can find anything that's okay. Hivites. The Hivites are thought to be identical with or else confused with the Horites, in which case the Horites lived as far as north as Gibeon and Shechem in the time of Jacob's son and until the conquest under Joshua. The Horites are now commonly thought to be the Hurrians from the highlands of Media. Think Medes, Persia. See, because I'm going to go into Iran, what used to be called Persia, Iran. Where did that term come from? Iran, Aryan. Is there a relation? But remember, Iran used to be called Persia, right? But think of the Medes and the Persia. And even when you consider that term Mede, okay, the Horites are now commonly thought to be the Hurrians from the highlands of Media, who before the middle of the second millennium BC overspread the region from Media to the Mediterranean, forming or being merged in the kingdom of Mitanni, subsequently destroyed by the Hittites. Now, who are the Hittites? That's another group. Okay, the Horites of Palestine then would be enclaves of this once conquering race left behind when their empire receded before the Hittite advance. But who were the Hittites? Think about it. The Huns. Who were the Hittites? Another group of Canaanites. The Hurrian nobles appear to have been Aryans. Aryans. The Hurrian nobles appear to have been Aryans. What do white people call themselves? Aryan, supreme. Okay, the Hurrian nobles appear to have been Aryans. The peasants, non-Aryans, whether they were Semites or others. Perhaps Armenoids. Armenoids is not settled. The Hurrian language is in the process of being deciphered so that further investigation should clear up a picture that is confused at present. Okay, you see sources here. It's another source. Okay, hermeneutics, biblical hermeneutics. Who were the Horites of Genesis 36:20? If you read both Hebrew and Akkadian, the Horites and Hurrians are obviously the same people. Akkadian is a cuneiform syllabic language that represents the vowel sound as only 3. It represents the long O and the long U sound as the syllables. Thus, Horite in Hebrew is written Huri, H-U-R-E, or Hurrian in Akkadian. I will only give this one quote because information on the Hurrians is massive. Okay, and this is also information that I've shared. Okay, Holman Bible Publishers. Okay, the Hivites, it's synonymous. Dwelled in caves, etc., etc. Horites. Okay, now this is from the Jehovah's Witness, jw.org on the Horites, the Jehovah's Witness site. Okay, I hear you, Adam Guidry. Thanks for posting. Oh yeah, this is the thing of eat the meat, spit out the bones. But see, that's the thing too, Adam Guidry. I'm purposely using, I don't know if he's still there, but I'm purposely using certain secular sources. So, because there are a lot of people who don't, since they can't trust what we know to be spiritual, I'm also using secular sources. It's very obvious that we know that the Hurrians, we know that they existed. We know that. Just like we know the Hittites. So you can't deny that, right? We've got too much archaeological proof of their existence, of their civilizations even. Okay. Now, the Horite, but this is from the Jehovah's Witness side, a people inhabiting the mountains of Seir in patriarchal times. They are called in the Bible the sons of Seir, the Horite. The Edomites proceeded to dispossess them and to annihilate them from before them and to dwell in their place. In Genesis 36:2, in Masoretic text, the grandfather of one of Esau's wives is called Zibeon the Hivite. In verses 20 and 24, however, he is shown to be a descendant of Seir the Horite. Horite may mean merely cave dweller, from Hebrew chor, chor, hole, like cave, chor. This would make Zibeon a Hivite who was a cave dweller. Okay, at Joshua 9:7, the Greek Septuagint calls the Gibeonites, oh, thanks. Okay, thanks. The Greek Septuagint calls the Gibeonites Horites instead of Hivites. But this is apparently an error in view of the fact that the Gibeonites belonged to one of the 7 Canaanite nations devoted to the destruction. The Horites did not. Okay. Masoretic text has Hivites. Hurrians. Many modern scholars now believe that the Horites are actually a people whom they call Hurrians. This conclusion is based primarily on linguistic similarities, particularly similarities in proper names and ancient tablets that were discovered in recent times over a wide area reaching from modern Turkey into Syria and Palestine. So they hold that the Hurrians came to be called Horites. But note, E.A. Spizer's comments in the World History of the Jewish People, 1964, volume 1, page 159, he first advances this argument. Biblical Jebusites too proved to be Hurrians in disguise. Biblical Jebusites too proved to be Hurrians in disguise. They were of foreign stock. A description borne out by the Jebusite personal name Awarna, a 14th century ruler of Jerusalem, or Jebus, bore a name containing the attested Hurrian element Hepa. Thus, Jebusites and Hivites alike, two of the featured pre-Israelite nations, were merely subdivisions of the widespread Hurrian group. But then he adds, the above conclusion, however, must now be modified in one significant respect. The required change detracts nothing from the position of the local Hurrians in early biblical times, but it does not affect the automatic identification of Hurrians with Horites. There is no archaeological evidence whatsoever for a Hurrian settlement in Edom or Transjordan. It follows, therefore, that the biblical term Hori, much in the same manner as Cush, must have been used at one time in two distinct and unrelated meanings. And y'all take that as y'all will. Therefore, though the scholars wish to use a name not found in the Bible to apply to a widespread people who they say include the Horites, Hivites, and Jebusites, they admit that, for example, there is no evidence of Hurrian population in Edom, where biblical Horites live. The Bible then, in calling the pre-Edomite inhabitants of Seir Horites, evidently restricts the name to that group in Seir. So the Bible says these people were in Seir originally, even before Edom. Okay, so these are an ancient people now. Okay, secular sources, more secular sources, encyclopedia.com. Hivites, in the sixth of the 11 peoples, Hivites, the sixth of the 11 peoples of tribes descended from the sons of Canaan, and one of the 7 nations residing in Canaan at the time of the conquest. Most of the references to the Hivites occur in Genesis and Joshua, among the least historical sections of the Bible. Yet it is likely that some such group was known to ancient Israel. In the story set in the patriarchal period, the Hivites dwelt at Shechem. Okay. In accounts of the conquest of Canaan, they were associated with the 4 towns of Gibeon, Shephirah, Beeroth, and Kiriath Jearim. and with the land of Mizpah at the foot of Mount Hermon. I want y'all to remember that. Mount Hermon. Because it is said that that's where the fallen angels, yes, something about that. Mount Hermon. Remember that. According to the book of Joshua, the Hivites of the 4 towns were exempt from Israel's holy war against the 7 nations by a solemn treaty. Those who lived in the land of Mizpah were likewise unaffected insofar as the area below Mount Hermon was the limit of Joshua's conquest. Okay. So the Horites. Okay. Okay, barbarian and troglodyte. Now, are they related, barbarians? And who are the barbarians? I remember I said barber, like Berber, just meant foreigner, stranger to the land. You know, like exotic. And Aryan, could barbarian, could that be like a combination of barber and Aryan? Okay, but barber and troglodyte. Troglodyte, okay, this is from Thesaurus Plus. Okay. Troglodyte and barbarian are semantically related. In crude topic, in some cases, you can use troglodyte. Okay, so this is just, Thesaurus, showing that they can be synonymous. Just something to consider. This one. Okay, and of course, you got Wiki. The Horites were people mentioned in the Torah, inhabiting the areas around Mount Seir. Okay, just further giving you the map of the Horite lands. Hold on, we can look at that, can't we? Yeah, think Arabia Petraea, think rock, cave, Petra, like in the Jordan. Like interesting. Amalekites. Let's see. Yeah. According to Archibald Sayce, 1915, the Horites have been identified with references in Egyptian inscriptions to Khar, Khar, formerly translated as Hari, Harri. Okay, we read that already. Now it says the rabbinical tradition in Genesis Rabbah says they are called Horites because they made themselves independent, free, which assumes the name is cognate with Hori, meaning free. That's what the rabbinical tradition claims. Okay. Yeah. Also, all right, Encyclopedia Britannica talking about Canaan, talking about the land of Canaan. Okay. Oh, shoot, it's so small right there. Okay, so in talking about the land of Canaan, Canaan area variously defined in historical and biblical literature, but always centered on Palestine. Its original pre-Israelite inhabitants were called Canaanites. Remember, that land was really intended for the descendants of Shem, Israelites, but the Canaanites moved in there first. The name Canaan and Canaan occur in cuneiform, Egyptian and Phoenician writings from about 15th century BCE, as well as in the Old Testament. And they're in secular and biblical sources. So of course we know the Canaanites existed. And Palestinians today claim to be descendants of Canaan. And these sources, or at least some of this, but I believe that Canaan was originally black, but I believe there are still some black descendants of Canaan as well. But they're saying obviously they come from a specific group of Canaanites. Because notice also in the Bible, they'll list all of these ites that come from Canaan, like the Hittites, Hivites, etc., all these ites. But then they also list the Canaanites separately for some reason. Like as if there's been this split or something. Okay. In these sources, Canaan sometimes refers sometimes to an area in comparison. Okay. Okay. Why did I have it on this one? It was something more specific here. The origin of the term is in the Old Semitic word denoting reddish purple. That's interesting. Now, reddish purple, that's the ain't that the color of phoenix? Phoenicia, coming from a word meaning reddish like purple, a Greek word. And we all know that the Phoenicians were a fusion of Canaanites and Edomites. The phoenix being the bird representing Edom, basically, as I've talked about before. Okay, I had this open though for some reason. Okay, let me see. Now it says here on Canaan, the Horites, the Horites of the Old Testament, also came to Canaan from the north. Okay. Oh yeah, also with the Semitic Amorites who penetrated Canaan. Now, why are the Amorites? I thought that they were also descendants of Canaan. So why are they being referred to as Semitic? Who penetrated Canaan from the northeast became the dominant element of the population during this time. Okay, during the Bronze Age, 2000 to 1550 BCE. Other invaders included the Egyptians and the Hyksos, a group of Asian peoples who seem to have migrated there from north of Palestine. The Hurrians, the Horites of the Old Testament, also came to Canaan from the north. That's another thing too. Who were the Hyksos? The late Bronze Age, 1550 through 1200 BCE, was mainly one of Egyptian dominance in Canaan, although their power was contested by the Hittites of Anatolia. Hittites. The period was also marked by incursions of marauders called Haparu or Habaru. Now, some people think that's where Hebrew, but this is debatable. Egyptian Aparu. Because remember, also, got to remember too, Esau was also a descendant of Eber or Hebrew. Esau was also Hebrew. Okay, this term was apparently applied by the Egyptians to other peoples or social groups who were of foreign origin. Many scholars believe that the Haparu were the original Hebrews, of whom the later Israelites were only one branch or confederation. Now, I don't really agree with that, but okay. Okay, this is Karu, Horum, Dedanim. Just gonna read this a little. Okay. All right. This is from Berlin, Germany. The pre-Israelitish inhabitants of Canaan are designated in the Bible by a series of names which have, as it were, the character of a formula, and it is stated that they are composed of 6 or 7 peoples. The Horites are not mentioned as belonging to them. In the Bible, every reminiscence connected with the Horites is associated with the mountain land of Seir, located outside of the Holy Land. In only a few passages, and those which are older, as well as some which are quite late, their name is mentioned in connection with the Israelitish Jewish soil and with events which occurred in the Holy Land. But in these passages, the name does not exist. Okay, so okay, and in contrast with the facts presented here with the name Karu, Kharu, the identity of which term the name Horites was never regarded as in the least doubtful, appears in Egyptian inscriptions, a people scattered over the whole land of Canaan. Ultimate Bible Dictionary, 2019, a quick and concise guide to the people, places, objects, and events in the Bible. Page 26. I'm going to try to hurry through, y'all. Okay, page 1. Her, personal name of uncertain meaning, perhaps white one, H-U-R, think Ben-Hur. Personal name of uncertain meaning, perhaps white one or Horite, or perhaps derived from the name of the Egyptian god Horus. And let me tell you, yes, I do believe the ancient descendants of Mitzrayim, or the ancient people established what became the kingdom of Egypt, Mitzrayim, and Cush. They were indeed black, but I do believe that you had Horite presence as well, along with Edomite presence. Oh, definitely, I can prove the Edomites. In fact, I believe that the Hyksos, I've got some information that the Hyksos were Edomites. And who knows? Why do you think, it makes you wonder, why did the Egyptians even turn against the Israelites eventually? Do you think that there was some sort of outside influence years after Joseph's passing? Could there have been an instigator or instigators to cause the Egyptians to turn against the Israelites despite what Joseph had done with the help of the Most High Yah and helping Egypt to become this, powerful during the time of famine through Joseph's dreams? But yeah, her personal name of a certain meaning, perhaps white one or Horite, or perhaps derived from the Egyptian name of the Egyptian god Horus. Okay, Israelite leader who accompanied Moses and Aaron. Because if you notice, there are certain depictions of like these giants even. Now maybe they're just kind of caricatures, making them tall in Egyptian hieroglyphs. But yeah. So okay, Hurim. Okay, Journal of Hydrotherapeutics, Volume 1 from 1887, Scientific Publishing Company. This is from 1887 on page 12. So Zibeon, when he grew up, became a Hivite villager, although he was the son of Seir, the Horite cave dweller. And it's quite as natural to think that Anna was established in his own village when Esau married his daughter, as to suppose he was abiding with either his father or grandfather at Mount Seir after his daughter had reached marriageable age. Even if not, it is clear from the narrative that the Horites had free access to the plains. Okay, all right. There's another explanation which may be preferred by some. The word Hivite is so like that for the Horites that an era. Okay. Again, the Horites, as we have seen, were cave dwellers. They derived their name from this Hebrew text here, a hole or cave. The same word was also applied to great men or nobles and had another meaning, white. Okay, it also means white. The form may be derived from two roots, one meaning to be white, pale, the other to be hot, dry. With the softer aspirate instead, sorry about that. With the softer aspirate instead of the guttural initial word becomes the name of Mount Hor. Okay, it's like pointing different mountain. It's been suggested that Horites might have been inhabitants of Mount Hor, or think of Hermon, and the initials are so often interchangeable that there would be no objection to this etymology. Okay. So it has another meaning, white. The Illustrated Bible Treasury, 1896, William Wright. Okay, I'm going to skim through. I'm going to try to skim through. Okay, showing the Hittites, a depiction of the Hittites. Now, I got my theories with the Hittites, but the Hivites, the villagers of Palestine, Horite, Synonymous, Horites, mean cave dweller, signify the white race. Professor Maspero identifies it with Khar, Khar, the Egyptian name of southern Palestine. So you see, there are multiple sources referring to them as representing the white race. This is Palestine, Archibald Henderson, 1893. This publication here. Okay, Palestine. Okay, what does it say here? On page 44. Sayce holds that the name Horam or Horites mean white, and that the race displaced by the Edomites were blondes. Blondes. Now understand, this isn't me. Don't, before you say, oh, I'm being racist or whatever, or I'm being no. This isn't coming from me. Palestine, 1893. This is from, you see? These are more than likely white people, Caucasian people. At least in, put in these texts. Now, I'm not going to say for the Bible, the scriptures, because they didn't even put all that. They just put, you know what I'm saying? But this is what they put. This is how they describe the horror. These are the terms that this is how they translated it. Again, Sayce holds that the name Horam or Horites means white, and that the race displaced by the Edomites were blondes. Okay, it's part of the white race of ancient Palestine. The Aboriginal tribes alluded to in the country of the Philistines, Palestine, were known as Geshuri, and apparently also as Avim. Similarly, they seem to have done exactly what the tribe of Dan did afterwards when it sent part of its population from the southwest to the far northeast of the land. Okay, so Geshurites, I'm not sure with that. Very frequent mention is made of a primitive race of giants, Rephaim, they are called. Okay, and also talked about the Zuzims. These are said to be the Zamzumim, the descendants, and the Anakim. Some may say today Anunnaki. These are said to be descendants of the Nephilim, who directly descended from the fallen angels, who made it with women on earth. And it is believed that that's what might have caused a mutation. Okay, higher criticism in the verdict of the monuments, volume 1. Oh yeah, did I already go through that? I think I already went there. Okay. But anyways, on page 203, the Horites, okay, let me see. The Sati of the Egyptian texts are the Sut or the nomad Bedouin. Okay, okay, but the Horites too were probably included among them. The Horites are called the children of Seir in the land of Edom. They were the earliest possessors of the country before the arrival of the descendants of Esau. The name has sometimes been supposed to indicate that they were troglodytes, dwellers in caves, but it is better to connect it with a root which signifies white, and to see, this is what they're saying, and to see them in their representatives of a white race whom their neighbors contrasted with the red-skinned Ethiopians. Edomites, rather. Edomites. Notice that they're contrasting. They're giving you a contrast. They're saying the white race of Horites and the red-skinned Edomites. So obviously, red did not mean white. Red meant brown, like brown-skinned people. My mother had a ruddy complexion. So notice, red-skinned Edomites. Now, this is not what I'm putting here. This is not what, I didn't write this. I didn't put this in publications. Okay, this is what Caucasian people themselves, this is Archibald Henry Sayce, 1894, page 204. It is better to connect it, the Horites, with a root, with the word Horite, with a root which signifies white, and to see in them the representatives of a white race whom their neighbors contrasted with the red-skinned Edomites. So they are making a differentiation between white skin and red skin. In this case, they would have been members of the Amorite stock. Okay, the name of Seir was not unknown to the Egyptians. Remember when I talked about the Shasu, the Edomites, the Shasu? But that's a whole nother thing. Now this here, the expositor of Samuel Cox, Sir William Robertson Nicoll, and James Moffat, 1888. This is in reference to the Bible, the expositor, page 53. Okay. All right. Let me see. Maybe I'll go back to page 52. Throughout this region, and more especially on the eastern side of the Jordan, where the Amorites seem to have been especially strong, cromlechs have been found closely cromlechs. What is cromlechs? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. What is a cromlech? Okay, a megalithic tomb. Okay, consisting of a flat stone laying on upright ones. Okay, so they're talking about a tomb that's been found, or tombs. Okay, throughout this region, and more especially on the eastern side of the Jordan, where the Amorites seem to have been especially strong, cromlechs or tombs have been found closely resembling those of northern Africa. These latter again form part of a series which extends through Spain and France into the British Isles as far north as the Orkneys. They are marked by certain peculiar characteristics which have led archaeologists to believe that they are the creation of a particular race. The skulls and objects discovered in them have led to the further belief that this race was the long-headed white race still so largely represented in Europe. Against this belief, the existence of the cromlechs of Palestine and Moab have been invoked as we now see erroneously. In Palestine and on the eastern side of the Jordan, as well as in northern Africa and Western Europe, the cromlechs were accompanied by a tall white race. Okay, the white race of and also I believe the allusion is actually made to the whiteness of skin. Okay, the Edomites or red men had been preceded in their occupation. Okay, we are told in Deuteronomy 2, is that 2:12? Wait. That the Edomites or red men had been preceded in their occupation of the mountains of Seir by the prehistoric Horites. It is customary to derive the name of the latter from Khor, Khor, a hole, and explain it as meaning troglodytes. But when we remember that Caleb was the son of Ker and that Ashur, the man of Khor, was the brother of Caleb, it is obvious that we must look for another etymology of the word. The district peopled by the descendants of Caleb was in the territory of the Amorites, where no traces of cave dwellers can be found. I should therefore explain Khori, Khori, the Horite, as derived like Khori, white bread, and it also make you think chlorite, like chlorite bleach, from a root signifying whiteness. And see in contrast between the Horite and the Edomite, the contrast between the earlier white race, see the earlier white race, and the red-skinned Semites or the Edomites who succeeded them. The Canadian Journal of Science, Literature and History, volume 13 from 1873. This is from the Canadian Institute. Okay, now we're going into so-called mythology, right? But Janus, the fish god, is Oannes or Onum, a prominent member of the Horite family, the line of Alba. Now, you know, Alba is another word like albino for whiteness. The line of Alba, the white city, is peculiar, I cannot pronounce that, peculiarly Horite. The line of Alba, the white city, is peculiarly Horite. In it, we find Latinus. Is that where we get Latin from? Lotan. Lotan. Remember, Lotan was a descendant of Seir. Lotan. Is that where we get Latinus? Is that where we get Latin? Is Lotan the father of Latin people? Did they mingle at some time with the indigenous descendants of Japheth who were black? Or who were more melanated, if not black? Yeah, did Latinus, did that derive from Lotan, who is a descendant of Seir? Seir the Horite? But this is supposedly mythology, right? Okay, the line of Alba, the white city, is peculiarly Horite. In it, we find Latinus, who is Lotan. Alba Silvius is Alvin himself, twice named over. His son Attis is Jahath, and strange to say, is also Capitus, while his son Capys, thus twice reproducing the Egyptus Kobad or Cheops, whom we have found to be Akumai. Thus plainly did the old story of a far-off and bygone civilization line in the memories of those who claimed as their ancestors the children of Seir, the Horites. And he goes into the Germans and the Celts. The German and Scandinavian mythologies have few points of connection with the Horites. Their gods and heroes. Where do you think the term hero come from? Their gods and heroes belong principally to two other families, those of Edom and Ashkur. The Red Shethites are among the ancestors of these peoples. Okay, still Ra or Ild survives in the god Frey with his wife, etc., etc., etc. Freya, the Egyptian Frey, and as in the second feast, etc. Okay. Okay, let me see. It would be strange. It would be strange if the ancient people of China and the tribes of this continent could be shown to have dwelt within the influence of a Horite civilization. So how far out did the descendants of the Horites or Seir? But anyways, that's an interesting account. Okay, contributions to a fauna canadensis, being an account of the animals dredged in Lake Ontario. You know how they talk about ain't Lake Ontario where they claim to see. Well, anyways, this is 1873 by Henry Elaine Nicholson. Yeah, did I already read this? On page 514, okay. As well might late, okay. As well might later writers pretend that the original Bohemians were a horde of vagabonds as those of the present day, that the Horites were a race of miserable dwellers in caves. The children of Seir, the Horite, were the white race of their age, the purest of all Japhetic families. But of course, we know that Seir did not derive from Japheth, okay? We know that. But obviously, apparently, Seir eventually going into the Isles of the Gentiles, where Japheth's descendants dwell, they eventually mixed in with them. Okay? Seir the Horite were the white race of their age, the purest of all the Japhetic families, the nobles of the world's. Let me see. The children of Seir, the Horite, were the white race of their age, the purest of all the Japhetic families, the nobles of the world's early history. Their name is a synonym for all these qualities in many tongues, and especially in those of the Indo-European class, the Greek heroes. Like we say heroes, Hercules, heroes. The Greek heroes, a hero or demigod, with Hera, the mistress, as a name of Juno, the German her, Herr, and hence by the conversion of the aspirate into a sibilant, our English sir, SIR, and a few of the later forms of this famous word, which fills a large part of the vocabularies of many languages. There's a footnote. So consider this now. A lot of this that we believe may be mythology, may not be so based in mythology. Okay, but going back to mythology, the white goddess is historical grammar of poetic myth. This is from 2013 by Robert Graves. What we got here? Okay. The simple, okay, look at this. Aryan. Rod silver wheel, but Aryan, high fruitful mother who turns the wheel. Okay, but anyways, the simple form Anna or Anna occurs as a Horite clan name in Genesis though masculinized in two out of the three mentions of her. She is principally celebrated as the mother of Aholibama. Remember who was one of the wives of Esau. Tabernacle of the high place, the heiress whom Esau married on his arrival in the Seir pastures. Goodness, to Christian mystics, she is God's grandmother. Say what? But okay, just giving a good point. Good point, Adam. Heroes are also known as men of renown. Exactly. Yeah, and the Bible speaks on that. Now, I was trying to make a connection to area and Horite. But anyways, this is just showing you a map of, you see here, notice that the Red Sea used to be called the Erythraean Sea, Eritrean Sea, And see, right above that, it says on this little map, I don't know if you can see it, it says Horite, History of Greece and the Greek People from Earliest Times, Volume 4. It's showing here, these areas. And it's good to look at these older maps too. Like right above the Red Sea, the Horites, it says here. And we know Red Sea or Erythraeus Sea. See, they claim that King Erythraeus didn't exist. Yes, he did. He was an Edomite. That's what Eritrea was named after. And a lot of those people, Eritrean people, I believe, are of Edomite descent. But anyways, now I tried to make a connection with Aryan, because I was like, Aryan, that sounds very similar to Hurrian, or Hurrian, Aryan, So it says here the word Aryan, AI overview, the origin of the word Aryan. The word Aryan, like when you think Aryan, white race, because that's what they believe, Iran. It's believed to have been Aryan, but notice how it's called Iran today. It used to be called Persia and Mesopotamia, right? And we all know Iran, Iraq is where Babylon was. But who were the Medes? Medes, when you think Medes, you think medium, you think in between, right? So who were the Medes though? But yeah, Aryan And they believe that like there are people who say the true Aryan people are like people of Iran, right? But who are the Aryans? Is there a connection? Who are the original Caucasian people? Okay, the word Aryan originates from ancient Indo-Iranian languages meaning noble or freeborn. Remember freeborn? Remember what the rabbinical text, what they said, Horite? Didn't the rabbinical text say that Horite also meant they translated it as freeborn or the people who fought for their freedom or something like that? But anyways, meaning noble or freeborn. Ancient Persians and Vedic Indians. Now, understand the original descendants of what became India. I believe that they may have descended from the Elamites, who were Shemitic, as well as perhaps the Cushites, the indigenous people like Dravidians of India. However, there was obviously an Aryan race that fused in initially. Like, why is there such a strong color caste system in India? Why is colorism so strong in India? Okay. But, anyways, ancient Persians and Vedic Indians used it to refer to themselves. And the word Iran ultimately derives from it. So they're also saying that Iran derived from Aryan. And you think of these racist neo-Nazi groups calling themselves Aryan, Aryans, they proudly proclaiming themselves as Aryan. In the 19th and 20th centuries, European racial theorists distorted its original meaning, falsely applying Aryan to master race, particularly in Nazi Germany, which caused the term to be strongly associated with white supremacy and racism. But its ancient origins, they claim, Indo-Iranian roots. The term comes from the Sanskrit word Arya, Arya, remember that, and the Avestan Arya, which are cognates from an even older common ancestor language. Okay. So remember that. So I looked up. Okay, Arya, Horite. Okay, this is from American Journal of Theology, volume 17 from 1913. Is there a connection? On page 420, what did I have here? Okay, Israel settled among the Canaanites and mingled with them. It is to be expected, therefore, the traditions of Canaanite origin have been combined with Hebrew traditions. Yeah, that's also, why we end up falling, because we ended up intermarrying with these people, following their customs, worshiping their deities. Other part of the tribes of Israel were Hebrews. The others were Canaanites and Amorites. The stories of the tribal conquest belong to the three main periods of the early history of Palestine: the Canaanite, the Aramean, and the Amorite. From the tablets recently discovered at Baghazoi, it appears that among the gods of Mitanni in Mesopotamia, the Aryan god, and remember the Mitanni, that was the Hurrians, the civilization of the Hurrians. It's Mitanni. Okay, among the gods of Mitanni in Mesopotamia, the Aryan gods Mithra, Varuna, Indra, and Nasatya were worshipped. In the same tablets, the ruling caste in Mitanni is designated as Hari. Remember Hari, Harri, which in the light of the names of their gods can only be interpreted as Arya and Zend Haraya, or Aryan. So yes, it's obvious that Hurrian is connected with Aryan, or Aryan is connected with Horites. This proves that as early as the 15th century BC, the Aryans were a power in Western Asia. These hairy Aryans, remember hairy or Horites, are to be identified with the Hyksos who ruled in Egypt. Now I believe the Hyksos to be more so Edomites, but remember the Edomites and the the Horites, they did intermarry, so they did fuse together, are to be identified with the Hyksos who ruled in Egypt 1800, 1600 BC, because the extension of the two peoples fall in the same period. Because during the New Empire, Hari becomes the Egyptian name for Canaan, because the Haru is in alliance with Naharina of Mesopotamia, and because Abhiba, the king of Jerusalem in the Amarna period, bears a name compounded with the Mitannian god Heba. Heba, that sounds familiar. These Hari Hyksos are the same as these Hari Hyksos. These particular Hyksos are the same as the Horites of the Old Testament, who are regarded as the aboriginal inhabitants of the land. The Egyptian inscriptions and in the Egyptian inscriptions and in the Old Testament, the Canaanites are equated with the Horites. They are to be regarded as the layer of population brought into Palestine by the Hyksos migration into Egypt and by the expulsion of the Hyksos from Egypt. The Aryan Hyksos brought with them from their northern home the name Musri, which the Assyrian inscription applied to a district in Asia Minor. Okay. Sociology of Freedom. I'm trying to go fast, y'all. Manifesto of the Democratic Civilization, Volume 3. It's just, so do you understand why it's taking me so long? Because I've over time gathered so much information, and it's like, it's like, where do I begin? How could I, But I'm just doing this all now, and I'm gonna eventually put this in look. Hopefully, y'all willing make smaller, shorter videos. And certain things that are bookmarked to come back to, they're missing now. So, okay, so sociology of freedom. Okay, where we at with this? First Kingdom in China. Okay. The Sumerians, Akkadians, an ethnic group with Semitic roots, Babylonians and Assyrians continuously tried to colonize the Sumerians, Akkadians, an ethnic group with Semitic roots, Babylonians and Assyrians continuously tried to colonize the Hurrians. Perhaps the very first and greatest resistance in history was that of the Hurrians against the forces of this original central civilization. This process of resistance can be seen in the Sumerian tablets. Even the Epic of Gilgamesh clearly explains how this first expedition targeted the northern forest. Contemporary Iraq, or Uruk, still a boiling cauldron, dramatically mirrors the continuation of this tradition, this reality and tradition. The conflict between the Kurds and the Hurrian roots and the Arabs with Semitic roots arguably still bears these ancient characteristics. The only thing that has changed is the nature of the center and the periphery, who holds hegemonic power and the different technologies available. The Hurrians are the original tribes of the Fertile Crescent. They could resist and develop their own civilization because they had been profoundly influenced by the agricultural revolution. Numerous archaeological discoveries provide insight into the establishment of the first Hurrian urban centers around 3000 BCE, independent of any Sumerian center. Okay. Okay, the Hittites and Mitannis with their Hurrian roots established empires in central Anatolia and the southeast of present-day Turkey after 1600 BCE. Okay, the expansion of Sumerians. Okay, the idea of writing, playing complexity. Okay, Alexander J. de Vogt, 39. Oh gosh, I'm getting tired now. Year 2010. This is considered history. It's in the category of history. Okay, on page 117. Let me see. This king conquered a number of places with her right names. Okay. Okay, so this is very detailed information. Okay, Indo-Aryan names. Attestations for Hurrian populations in northern Mesopotamia are scarce during the Old Babylonian period, 2000 to 1600 BC, a period that saw a strong Amorite immigration from the west. They became more numerous during the time of the Mitanni Empire, which probably came into existence before the 16th century and which came to an end around 1340. During this time, Hurrian states were united under a dynasty whose members bore Indo-Aryan names. The Mitanni Empire was one of the prominent states during the 15th and 14th century BC, and several letters of its last king, Tishrata, were found in the Egyptian capital, Amarna. The language used in these letters was Akkadian, which served as lingua franca in the ancient Near East. Okay. So they're making the Hittite Empire synonymous with Anatolia. So it's obvious that they had been far removed from Mount Seir. And see, this is the thing too. Who were the barbarians? Okay. All right, but this is interesting. General English and French Dictionary from Alexander Spears. This is from Baldry's European Library, 1849. What's here? Oh, shoot. Did I lose it? I think I lost that page. Well, anyways, Aryan, okay. The history of white people by Hamra Mirwaizi. This is 2020, Caucasus America. Let me see, who is this person? Who is this author? Just curious, very curious. Where is he from exactly? Okay, he was born in Iraq. Okay, this is the author here. The History of White People. It's from 2020. Now, on page 90, okay, the Hurrian, Mitanni kingdoms, and Queen Nefertiti, the ancient Hurrian, Sumerian, Elamite, Hittite, and other white people groups. Now, I wouldn't say that with the Elamites and even with the Sumerians. I don't think the indigenous Elamites were white. And other white people groups had a common language known as the Aryan language with local dialects. In time, those dialects, but yeah, remember, I believe that the Elamites were the indigenous people to what became India. In time, those dialects evolved into different languages in Mesopotamia, Europe, and parts of Asia, with a joint base in the Aryan, Sanskrit, or Latin language of Avesta. After Black Africans, under the leadership of Egyptians led by Lord Krishna and his descendant, conquered the Caucasian or Aryan people's land in 3000 BCE, or earlier, the Mitanni tribe was one of the Aryan tribes that answered the call to join the Hurrian kingdom to halt the invasion. In time, the Aryan Mitanni tribe took control of the Hurrian kingdom peacefully. Now, remember, I definitely believe the Hurrians, the Mitanni was a Hurrian civilization. The Elam Aryan kingdom also helped the Sumerian Empire to stem the African attack. I'm going to have to read more into this. The word Hurrian, cuneiform Hurri, contains the hue element of the name of God, hue used by the Mitra and the Aryan, Zoroastrian religious. Did they mean religion? While meant his path and means a place to, and Re means is our path. These people were part of the original Caucasian tribes that had occupied the area during the Prophet Muhammad and Prophet Zoroaster eras without advancing much. The Hurrian people continued with the same language as the Caucasian people before them. In contrast, the ancient Horo-Urartian language was very close to the 4,000-year-old language of the Caucasian people used by the prophet Zoroaster before their rise to power, known as the Aryan language Avesta. Okay. Yeah, I think we read from this. Wait, what did I see? What did I see? Why do I have it? I got this open for some reason. On page 150. After 192 years of Darius, son of Hystaspes and his descendants' terror, Alexander the Great took over the Aryan land, which led to ongoing nightmares for the population until our time. Okay, now what was this? In trying to make a now, who were the Goths? Who exactly were the Goths? Were the Goths, were they related to the Hurrians or the Horites? Were they of the Horites? Religion, politics, and Freemasonry, a violent attack against ancient Africa. Kedar Griffo and Michael Berkeley, 2011. This is in the category of history. Now, let me see. What do I have this? Okay, it's on Hammurabi, Mitanni. Let me see. Amorite and Hurrian mixtures constructed the Mitanni Empire. Also in the empire were Indo-Aryans. The Hittite Empire was also in this region. Through this seed, you get what is today called Armenians, Turks, Kurds, Georgians. Now remember, these are the original Caucasian people, or the people of the Transcaucasus region. It is from the intermingling of Amorites, Hittites, and Horites that we get the coexistent empire. Assyrians were composed from Ashur, son of Shem, Horites, Amorites, and Hittites. So these are mixed people. The area was indeed a melting pot. The dispersion of Amorites from the Syrian highland into the European continent and Hittites from Anatolia brought about sub-tribes who called themselves Hellenic, Macedonians, Athenians, Spartans, Lasonians, Scythians, Samaritans, Goth, Celts, Illyrians, Vandals, Magyars, Normans, Danes, and Lombards. Maybe they meant Lombards. Most of these sub-tribal names evolved from the names of goddesses or gods. Other names were descriptive of a physical trait of a cultural tradition. Canaan's fifth son was Girgashite, which means rough. His wife's name was Bethan Kamar. This tribe mixed their seed with Amorites, Canaanites, Phrygians, and Lydians. Today they are French and American. Hivi was the sixth son of Libana Canaan. His wife's name was Maya. Okay, I don't know about this. The tribal names were Hivites and Hurrites. But remember, Hivite, Hurrian is or Horite is synonymous. They lived in Palestine, where the Hivites settled in a city called Edom. From this city, the Hivites mixed with Esau, son of Isaac, through his wife Aholibama. She had three sons, Korah, Jophlan, and Jeush. Okay, they are known as the Europeans, Koreans, Mongols. Okay, well, just take that as you will. Okay, more stick general English and French dictionaries, newly composed from the English dictionary. John, wait, what was I looking for? I'm sorry. I'm almost done. I'm almost done, y'all. I'm almost done. What was it here? What was it here? No, this isn't it. Oh shoot, I think I lost it. I think I lost what I was. Well, yeah, in this okay, it says here, I believe on page, I'm almost done, y'all. Starting it, well, he doesn't really get a page. Okay, Theodoric. Okay, this is character of Theodoric, king of the Visigoths. Theodoric, to whom Avitus was indebted for the purple, had acquired the Gothic scepter by the murder of his elder brother Torismond, and he justified this atrocious deed by the design which his predecessor had formed of violating his alliance with the empire. Such a crime might not be incompatible with the virtues of a barbarian, but the manners of Theodoric were gentle and humane, and posterity may contemplate without terror the original picture of a Gothic king whom Sidonius had intimately observed in the hours of peace and of social intercourse. Okay, so okay, but okay, in an epistle dated from the court of Toulouse, the orator satisfies the curiosity of one of his friends in the following description: by the majesty of his appearance, Theodoric would command the respect of those who are ignorant of his merit, and although he is born a prince, his merit would dignify a private station. He is of middle stature, his body appears rather plump than fat, and in his well-proportioned limbs, agility is united with muscular strength. If you examine his countenance, you will distinguish a high forehead. You know, white people have kind of flat, long like foreheads instead of rounded, whereas Afrocoid people tend to have more rounded, or either that or sloping foreheads. If you examine his countenance, you will distinguish a high forehead, large, shaggy eyebrows, an aquiline nose. White people known to have narrow aquiline nose, thin lips, a regular set of white teeth, and a fair complexion that blushes more frequently from modesty than from anger. Okay, formed by the Arian clergy, etc., etc. Okay, just giving you an idea of how the Goths. I had something. What was the White House named after? But I don't care to look at that. Almost done. I mean it, y'all. Nature, Volume 18, 1888, by Sir Norman Lockyer. Electronic Journals. In Electronic Journals. On page 322, we learn then from the ancient monuments of Egypt that a portion of Palestine was occupied by a white race before its conquest by the Israelites. Now, they're saying that Palestine was occupied by a white race before its conquest by the Israelites. And they further inform us that this white race continued to exist in the country after the conquest. Okay, I'm trying to make the. Okay, and the name of Horite, under which they went in Edom, is best explained as meaning white, in contradistinction to the Semitic Edomite or red man. So they acknowledge that the Semitic person is red, whereas the Horite is white. They make a distinction between the brown and the white. Okay, elements of universal history on a new and systematic plan from the earliest times to the Treaty of Vienna, etc., etc. Henry White, 1844. It's in the category of history, page 24, and talking about. Now, this is just some evidence on the Hyksos, that I believe may be factual on the Hyksos. Following the Bible chronology, we have placed the epoch of Job, 1520 BC, much later than the internal evidence seems to justify. Some make the Edomians or the Edomites, that's how the Romans and the Grecians, be with an I, Edomites, who plundered him. Okay, some make the Edomians who plundered him to be the Hyksos on their way to Egypt. Yeah, just wanted to point that out to y'all. See, who were the Hyksos? And were these the Hyksos who blended also on Wikipedia and talking about the Goths. The word Goth is closely related to the Proto-Germanic verb to pour. Anders Khalif, let me see, favorite idea. Gothic may mean people living where the river has outlet. Let me see, Goth, think gout. Okay, where did I make the connection? What was the connection? Okay, gout, G-A-U-T, was considered. Okay, Jordanus writes in Getica that the ancestor of the Goths was named Gat or Gaut, or Proto-Germanic Gaut. In Scandinavia, Gaut, G-A-U-T, was considered to be a manifestation of the Germanic god Odin. Odin. And the Geats derived their ethnonym from his name. And that's why you got to understand too. If you really want to know the origin of voodoo, which y'all see as something African, it's actually connected to Vodun. But that's another story. Okay, the Geats and Royal Lombards and Anglo-Saxons, the Geats and Royal Lombards. Now, who are the Lombards? Didn't they become people of France? Let me see. Well, what? Okay, well, they're saying Germanic people who conquered most of the Italian peninsula. The Lombards and Anglo-Saxons claim descent from Gaut. Wolfram notes that the Gothic name may thus mean sons of Gaut. Okay. What was the bookmark here? What was the bookmark? Oh yeah, Hyboria. And this is the Nephilim. And okay, in Greek mythology, Hyborians were a mythical people who lived in the far north part of the known world. Their name appears to derive from the Greek, whatever this is, beyond Boreas. Okay. Okay, what's the part that I'm looking for? Okay, connecting them with the Gauls. And think about the hero. Now we know the Herodians. We know that they are descendants of Esau, right? Oh boy, there's something very specific here because when I put exclamation points. Oh, okay. I put here in my bookmark. I put that the Hyperborea are connected with the Gauls who sacked Rome in the 4th century BC. And Rephaim Mountains, very tall white people. Let me see. That's what I put in my bookmark. So let me see. They were believed to be giant kings around 10 feet. The Boreads were thus believed to be giant kings around 10 feet who ruled Hyperborea. Okay? So I guess when I'm making the connection, who were the barbarians? And you even think about it, Conan the Barbarian. That sounds very similar to Canaan, doesn't it? Conan the Barbarian. Who were the barbarians who sacked Rome? Now we know that Rome became an Edomite. The Edomites fused in with the descendants of the descendants of Javan, who were originally, and formed the Roman Empire. But who are the barbarians? I do believe, it is my theory, I believe that there were Horites who may not have fused with Esau. I believe that there were Horites who may have been displaced after Esau's conquering. I do believe that there were white people who did not necessarily, or white, who did not necessarily mix and mingle in. Yeah. Uh, that may be separate from Esau even. Yeah, it's obvious that Esau mixed in with, and I believe that there are still some black descendants of Esau. You know, I definitely believe that Esau, descendants of Esau are in, many of them are in Somalia, Ethiopia, Eritrea. I believe some are even in West Africa. Um, yeah, very interesting. And yeah, we got to, this is something I have found out, and I've been for years like tracking this. That's what's just got me kind of stunted because it's just so much information. Yeah, now initially, now a lot of this information I had even before even before AI was really popping. I just, so it's just too much. But yeah, I also want to show this to y'all live though, also. And some of the information I thought I bookmarked and gathered is gone now, as if they've been scrubbing. Yeah, so yeah, it's just so much, and perhaps I've just gotten too lazy. But yeah, I believe that this is what I believe. Let me see, and I kind of, yeah, and I'm gonna continue perhaps tomorrow. But consider this here. Now we know with the Book of Enoch and talking about, with Noah. Maybe we'll go into that tomorrow or another day. But consider in the dream with Daniel's dream, or Nebuchadnezzar's dream that was interpreted by the Most High Yah through Daniel, through his servant Daniel, when he interpreted King Nebuchadnezzar's dream, in the dream of the statue. Okay. Now it's interesting. Now, when I used to go to the Kingdom Hall, the Jehovah's Witnesses, and they this is how, well, this is how I initially, back when I was still going to the Kingdom Hall, this is how their publication initially had it. You see it here? Now, when they talked about the last kingdom, before the, before the like second coming, the last kingdom, the Anglo-American world, they said it was part of Rome, the legs of iron, but then you got the feet, that's mixture of iron and clay. Now they say the legs of iron was Rome. Now in between, within this time, you did have the Dark Ages, but eventually you had the Renaissance, which was like kind of the rebirth of the Roman Empire, just not the same as it was in the more ancient time, but it was and we are still under, in a sense, the Roman Empire. Even when you look at the way that the White House is structured. But yeah, now they put it as Anglo-American world. Okay, they got it as part of, they got a section off the Anglo-American world. They said from 1763 CE. Now, why did they say that? Now, this is why I learned from Jehovah's Witnesses. However, today I noticed, I'm looking at watchtower.org or what they posted now or more recently. I haven't been to the Kingdom Hall in a while. But now they still have it as Anglo-American, but they're saying from 1914, like from the time of World War. Yeah. Now, why do they say Anglo-America or the Anglo-American world? Why do they say, okay? But anyways, when you consider, and y'all can look at this statue as I'm reading from And just picture the statue as I'm reading. Just the part where it says in Daniel, when he interpreted his dream. Okay. And he says, going from Daniel chapter 2, I'm going to read King James Version, chapter 2, verse starting at when he was interpreting his dream, starting at like verse 31. Thou, O king, sawest, and behold, a great image. This great image, whose brightness was excellent, stood before thee, and the form thereof was visible. This image, his head was of fine gold, his breast and his arms of silver, his belly and his thighs of brass, his legs of iron, his feet part of iron and part of clay. Now remember, his legs of iron, but his feet part of iron and part of clay. Thou sawest till that a stone was cut out without hands, which smote the image upon his feet that were of iron and clay, and brake them to pieces. Then was the iron, the clay, the brass, the silver, and the gold broken to pieces together, and became like the chaff of the summer threshing floors. And the wind carried them away, that no place was found for them. And the stone that smote the image became a great mountain and filled the whole earth. This is the dream, and we will tell the interpretation, therefore, before the king. Thou, O king, art a king of kings. He's talking to King Nebuchadnezzar. For the Elohim of heaven hath given thee a kingdom, power, and strength and glory. And wheresoever the children of men dwell, the beasts of the field and the fowls of the heaven hath he given into thine hand, and hath made thee ruler over them all. Thou art this head of gold. So the king of Babylon, the Babylonian kingdom under Nebuchadnezzar, that is that initial, at that time, world power, the kingdom of Babylon. Okay. And after thee shall arise another kingdom inferior to thee. And another kingdom, the Medo-Persian. Okay. Yeah, and it says, let me see. And after thee shall arise another kingdom inferior to thee, and another third kingdom of brass, which shall bear rule over all the earth. So brass shall bear rule over all the earth. That represents that kingdom, world power, being Greece. Okay, and what time does it say for Greece? What's the time period for Greece? The time period being from, so you went from Babylon 607 BCE to the Medo-Persian 539 BCE, from 539 BCE, and then Greece from 331 BCE. Okay, and the next we're going to go into Rome. Okay, and the third kingdom of brass, which shall rule over all the earth. That's Greece. And the fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron, for as much as iron breaketh in pieces and subdueth all things, and as iron that breaketh all these, shall it break in pieces and bruise. So we know that's Rome. That's the Roman Empire. Whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part of potter's clay and part of iron. The kingdom shall be divided, but there shall be in it the strength of the iron, for as much as thou sawest the iron mixed with miry clay. And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. And in the days of these kings shall the God of heaven set up a kingdom which shall never be destroyed. And the kingdom shall not be left to other people, but it shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. For as much as thou sawest that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, and see that stone is representing the Messiah. That stone, that single stone that strikes it at the feet and breaks it, destroys it all. Okay. For as much as thou sawest that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, and that it brake in pieces the iron, the brass, the clay, the silver, and the gold, the great Elohim hath made known to the king what shall come to pass hereafter, and the dream is certain, and the interpretation thereof sure. Okay, so, oh, I'm sorry. I hope you guys can see it. So as you can see here, yeah, when you look at this, so, but see, this is the scripture that got, okay, now I was explained, I mean, when I asked about the whole thing with the defeat of, oh gosh, I'm trying to, okay, I think you can see this better. All right. Now you see the politically divided world in the end time, right? Now I was told that the feet of clay and the feet of iron and miry clay, like it represented the divide, the world being divided, the politically divided. But this is what made me stop and think. The scripture, as it says here in verse 43, and whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. So that's what got me thinking, like, what does that mean? Why would it say they? Who is they that shall mingle themselves with the seed of men? And you think about it, from the time of the Roman Empire, especially since the Renaissance and on, you know how I talk about the white man being a traveling man, and just when you consider that the people, even just not even 300 years ago, majority of people on the planet obviously were more melanated than what you see today. Now everybody not everybody, but when you go to Asia, when you go to Australia, the majority of people have lighter or whiter skin, it seems, right? Which says that the white race, the white man has went from continent to continent, mingling his seed. The whiting out, the blanqueamiento, all over the planet, causing the part of the fusion agenda. How you doing, Azure TV? So, like I said, why was, like you consider the Black Plague, the Dark Ages? What was the Crusades really about? Now, of course, it's about, getting control of, supposedly getting control of the Holy Land. But there was also a purge that went on all throughout Europe up until like 1492, and he even continued after that. Yeah. So this is just something to consider. And I do believe there is a reason. I believe that Esau, Edom, at one time they were at war, just like initially them being at war with the Horites, or displacing the Horites, the original inhabitants of Seir. And eventually, I believe that these Horites, later on, they became, I believe that they are the ancestors to the Goths, more specifically the Visigoths. and those who are referred to as the Berberians or barbarians. And obviously, Hurrian and Aryan are connected. Yeah, and these barbarians, these who were referred to as barbarians and Vandals, who sacked Rome, that became the world empire established by Edom, Esau, who fused in with the descendants, who mixed in with the, after first being under subject to the indigenous people of Italia. You know, like when you, I don't know if y'all follow like with the Book of Jasher, whether or not you believe it's divine, but if it's true about Zepho and how he gained favor with the king of Italia, and which would probably eventually lead to, you know, Edom and Rome. I mean, Edom and Javan becoming one, and you know, yeah, they fused in with what became the Grecians, the descendants of Japheth, Javan. You know, um, but that, and they became like most powerful, it seemed, with the Roman Empire. But it was sacked by the barbarians, by this white race of people. And you know, there is proof that the Titans were considered giants. Did you know that? The Titans were considered giants. Oh, got rid of it. Yeah, who were those particular Jews though? Yeah. So I believe, this is what I believe. I believe, yeah, so somehow, even though they had been at odds with the right, the barbarians, as they, and you got to understand, they were referring to these people as Vandals, barbarians. Now they're claiming that the reason that the barbarians sacked Rome was because they owed, this is, I seen a documentary not that long ago. It wasn't just a thing of them being these savages, but there was something that was owed to the barbarians, that the Romans did not pay their dues or something like that. But yeah, and so, you know, they've been salty about that. They have been salty about that. The Edomites who established Rome, they've been very salty about that. You know, that little time. And so you got to understand, Renaissance means rebirth, renewal. That was like the renewal of the Roman Empire, but in a new sense, you know. And like I said, they used art. And I think what they did, they tapped into the perhaps low self-esteem, or the self-esteem of these people. This is just a theory. This is just me thinking. And realized that they could use these people as soldiers with the idea of them being supreme, the idea of white supremacy. So they played on with, through the art, through the literature, had them believe that everything white is represented what was holy, what was, and they eventually fused in, because that's what Esau is known for doing. They usually known for mixing in with groups of people to obtain their power, intermarrying, intermingling. Well, yeah, I definitely believe the Edomites and the original the Edomites. Yeah, I mean they were mixing in, but he had various wives, because he also had a wife with the Ishmaelite. So those descendants, those descendants would have been definitely black. But I believe that they just eventually fused in, mixed in with them. And it was said that there was a certain group of people who were not affected by the Black Plague. So they ended up getting blamed for the plagues that hit Europe, almost like it was part of a conspiracy or something. And I feel that they are still using these people to this very day. They are using the descendants of the Horites to this very day to do most of their dirty work. They played on, there was a video in YouTube. Oh my gosh, I think I had saved it on my original channel before I lost it. Maybe I could still find it. But it was a white guy, and he was talking about the low self-esteem of the European. And he was going back to ancient times. Because you got to remember, well, he was talking about white people, not just the European, but white people. You got to remember they were referred to as vandals, barbarians. So I think what's happening now, there is a clash, even when you consider the Palestinians who said that they are descendants, know that they are descendants of Canaan. I think that what's happening is almost like an implosion. But yeah. But I think that Esau is also descendants of Edom. They've also, I believe that they've also done their dirty work through Black people as well. Descendants of Ham, descendants of Shem, and descendants of Japheth, quote unquote Black and quote unquote white. But yeah, I do believe that the white race, what we know as the white race, I do believe that they may have originated from the descendants, at least female descendants of Canaan. And I'm not saying that all of the Canaanites were white or became white. I believe that you have many Black indigenous Canaanite descendants in the continent of Africa, perhaps under the A haplogroup. I also believe that descendants of Canaan, also like the Hittites, Sinites in Asia. Now the Hittites, that's an interesting one. I have my theories, but I'm not gonna go into that. But yeah. So I mean, when you got an understanding of like, and it's very, very fascinating, but it actually strengthens my faith because you see exactly what's going on. It gives you a much better perspective of what's really happening in the in Palestine right now. It gives you a much better perspective of what's happening, why it's happening. And it's almost like you kind of expect for these things to happen. When you learn, and it's like, oh, it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes so much sense. And it gives you a better understanding of racism. But yeah, so I know I've held y'all. Thanks so much for hanging in here. Can always take some of this information, take it further. Oh, I got lots more. Maybe I'll go next time, go more into the Nephilim. One thing that I have been really curious. Oh, are you still here? Oh my gosh. I just thought I lost you. Thank you, Drea. Thanks. It's so nice seeing you. Oh, I thought I lost you. I know this is, oh gosh, I can't tell you how tired I am. Husband makes a really good salmon, and my father-in-law is in there, but I didn't expect him to come by. So they're in there talking. His father-in-law, like, what is she doing here? But I was like, I gotta get this done. And they understand. They understand. And he's been, like our father-in-law has been very, very interested in what we've been having conversations and stuff. So you probably hear my husband talking to his father. Yeah, and then in the other room. But yeah, oh gosh, I can't tell you how tired. I mean, he decided to cook, and yeah, made some good salmon, and I'm eating it while talking to y'all, and I'm just okay. Okay, but yeah, and I see. This is the thing too, because I was like, I can't take the time to put this in a video. It's just too much, and I've got even more information than this. I just had to try to skim through. So I said, okay, I'm gonna just do this as a presentation so I can get it live now before things are removed. So many things have been removed, and then maybe I'll come back. Being that I got it screenshotted, that'll make it so much easier for me to maybe make a video little by little by little. Yeah. So this is something like maybe people come through, just skim through. Maybe they can get information for future videos that they want to make. So and I thank y'all for being so supportive. Yeah, but it gives you it gives you and when you learn this, yeah, and understand, you can get mad at me and say, "Oh, you spreading." No, I didn't come with this original. I didn't write this stuff. I did not originally write. This is how they describe. This is what they. So thanks for joining y'all, and I want y'all to enjoy the rest of y'all evening. And I will get back with y'all perhaps tomorrow or sometime this week. Maybe I'll go further on the Nephilim. But yeah, I'm gonna be presenting a lot on this channel. Of that information on this channel. Even though I know I should be taking advantage of the newly monetized channel, but this is where I feel the direction I need to be going more so into. So I will get with you guys later. Thank you for joining. I really appreciate you. Much peace and much love, my family.